Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome in to this week's episode of Bound by the DM.
I mean, that's accurate.
That's true.
Fair enough. She's the one that we all the friends each other. It's fine.
Hello. Welcome in, everyone. This week's chapter in our chronicle by What Are You Bound? This is episode 12. Thank you. I know where we're at in the story. Oh, goodness gracious. I am your host, your storyteller, your dungeon mistress. And I hope you enjoy what we have in store for you tonight. Tyrant?
Yeah?
Will you do our recap, please?
Yes, of course. So, last time on Bound by Night, the Coterie had continued their night with a plan of action set in place. Find and retrieve Malcolm, and then make their way to safety, either at the recommendation of the wolves to their sacred place, bleh, or another house that could be safely warded as Maddox recommended. Before leaving Jihoon's, however, we have a couple moments of intimacy between the Coterie and their prospective wolves. First, there's a moment between Jihoon and Delta, trying to clear the air of their previous disagreements and high-tension energy. And then we have a moment between Jihoon and Gamma, including their first kiss. In addition to confessions that are circled as Jihoon struggles with acknowledging the feelings that he has for Gamma in the face of Gamma's own attraction to him. Meanwhile, Noah spent several minutes waiting outside for the rest of the Coterie and Kappa, who had darted off, but with no response to his messages, Noah went to go find him, and in doing so, heard a conversation that was probably not meant for his ears between Sigma and Kappa, where Sigma seemed to be pushing Kappa to some greater purpose, while Kappa, in a fit of aggravation, snapped back, staking a claim on Noah and insisting he didn't want or need Sigma's help. Coming down the drive to his car, Daniel followed Zeta, and found his attention drawn to the hitch in her breath, the steady thumping of her pulse, the sweet and heady ambrosia flowing through her veins. His mind spun with the acute attention on Zeta as the two made their way to the car, sharing an intimate moment together that highlighted the primal link between them, softened by the promise from Daniel that Zeta had him and he wasn't going anywhere. Another kiss shared between the two, however, triggers something new, a vision, a room, a white wolf against the backdrop of a snowy, bloody field, heavily wounded, and behind a walker, a bane, a weaver. And then cutting through the air, a lonely howl against the full moon and the rumble of a blizzard as it fell from the peak of the mountains. A cascade and a rush of freezing wind and pain, so much pain. A creature in a cage, and then Zeta, standing as she opened the cage and stepped out, skin and bone, feral in her isolation. The beast within Daniel raged at the realization that Zeta was hurt, and Daniel had done nothing to protect her to prevent that from occurring, nearly throwing Daniel into a frenzy of his own. After lashing out, luckily against a telephone pole and not any of the Coterie, Daniel was able to calm himself, and with the quick thinking of Sigma, they managed to avoid too much of a problem from the neighbors over the street pole that Daniel had punched down. Before leaving, Sigma begs off for a few moments, and Jihoon naively follows after him, resulting in the two sharing a moment that might have been more raw than Sigma expected emotionally, and certainly more uncomfortable than Jihoon might have expected. Back at the Bucciolati's abandoned church, Malcolm is dealing with something strange in the church, seeing visions of his sister that are not there, and then being attacked and chased by something through the church, and then suddenly out into the church's cemetery. Stumbling out of the mausoleum, he leaves the church and walks into a vision of his own, of Omega, chained down, pinned with pittons in his arms, choking on blood and spit. He is forcefully thrown from this vision and attacked by something that pulls itself from the phone Ji-hoon gave him, that has been, at this point, destroyed beyond recognition. He manages to free himself, but the damage is done. Both of his arms are basically useless, with one of them being decrepit, peeled down to the bone, and burnt black. Injured to the point of uselessness, with his shoes and half a pant leg missing, Malcolm manages to run into Noah and Kappa, who have arrived at the churchyard on Noah's bike. As the trio run away from whatever attacked Malcolm, Malcolm spies something above the tree line. A figure in the sky, backlit by the moon, that seems to just suck up whatever had attacked Malcolm into itself. Before Malcolm can do much to convince Noah and Cap of what he saw, however, we have a new figure approaching. Lady Madeline has returned, and Malcolm attempts to cover up the state of himself and his friends with a lie, but ultimately has to agree to owe a favor to the primogen of the Nosferatu clan in order for her to remain silent. Noah and Kappa fill Malcolm in on the plan the coterie has come up with, but Malcolm insists that he has to stay at the church. He has business to conclude, and if he takes off, Octavian will no doubt come after him and discover the coterie as well. Insisting on returning to the church means that they need a plan, and with no better plan in mind, he brings Kappa along in his raccoon form as some protection against another attack, leaving Noah to wait for the rest of the coterie and explain the need to wait until Malcolm could leave his family before they can continue on with their plan to safety. Back in the church, Malcolm runs into Ciro and Kavita, his siblings, and while they coo over the raccoon Kappa, now named Steve, Malcolm changes and speaks with Kavita about changes to the evening. Meetings have been cancelled for all but Malcolm, and food is waiting for him in the dungeon. After a quick and horrifying meal, Malcolm and Kappa make their way up to meet Octavian in his office. While outside, as the coterie catches up on the change in plans and debates waiting out or going ahead to the church, Daniel gets a call from a new Kindred with important news to share. Across the city, in a hospital bed, Beta is finally awake. This recap has touched on the main points of last session, but to hear the real heart-wrenching stuff, the moments I had to leave out for the sake of time, and the frankly mind-boggling storytelling from NPCs from Dolly, and all of these wonderful players, you can watch all the previous episodes on YouTube at Boyd Doll's channel.
That was amazing. Quinn,
Yes.
I need you to roll a wits and awareness.
Okay. Yes. I'm going to roll and roll 20. Tell me if that's annoying. Wits and awareness. I'm cool. I'm not slowing anyone down. We're great. I got this. Wits. There we go. Okay. Nope. Ask for difficulty. I'm just going to erase that. Okay. Or I guess I won't. Oh my god, I'm trying to be so slick and cool, and now I'm embarrassed. I'll try one more time. If not,
no pressure.
I'm just if not, I'm just gonna bring out dice.
You might have to. It's roll 20 has been a funky baby.
Okay. It's no problem. 1 second. All right. Okay, I got my little coffin. Thank you, everybody. This is fine. This is not how Quinn's gonna be. Okay, this is how Quinn's gonna be. Actually, this works out really well for her. All right. And awareness is good for her. All right. And she's at 100. Okay. 1, 2. It's 4 successes.
Okay, before I describe, are you in the room or are you outside of the room when you made your call?
Outside.
Okay. Okay. Just as the call is reaching its fruition, you haven't quite hung up with Daniel yet. Your fine-tuned senses sniff and you feel your ears twitch. And someone that you absolutely stay out of the way of steps around the long hall of the hospital. And as he does, each fine loafer clicks. You can hear his rings as he rubs his fingers together behind his back, and the lights overhead flicker each time Magnus steps underneath. The fluorescents behind him seem to be electrically overcharged, perhaps from the menace that is pouring forth ahead of him. You think you know he is coming for Beta.
Has he seen her?
Not yet. With 4 successes, you can hear him softly talking with someone, and you can see down the long hall where the lights are flickering. But he has not sensed you yet, too preoccupied by whatever it is he's currently occupied by, so.
Well, she very much wants to run. But there's no one else there with Beta right now, right?
Just doctors.
Okay.
In fact, the only one in the room is a nurse. So.
Okay. I think what Quinn wants to do is, she wants to see if she can still be close enough to the room to hear, but she wants to try using Cloak of Shadow so she can't be seen.
Okay. So you're going to use your Obfuscate and your Dexterity.
Okay. One. Okay. Okay. That is 2 successes.
Okay. With 2, you've got 2 choices. Across the hall, there is an empty patient's room. And then in the room, there is the bathroom.
Oh, what Quinn doesn't. Quinn is just. Oh, she wants to run so bad, but she needs to be close to Beta. She doesn't want Beta to see her right now, and she definitely doesn't want Magnus to see her. But she can't. She can't not be there, so she'd go to the bathroom.
Okay, I need you to make another Dexterity and Stealth. Let me actually look at your character sheet.
Okay.
Let's have you roll Dexterity Stealth plus your Obfuscate. It's a little.
Okay. Okay, so that's 3, and then that's 2, and then that should be 1, right? Yeah. Okay. 2.
Final answer?
Yeah.
Right. You are standing in the shower with the shower curtain pulled closed. But you're unmoving.
There we go. Yep.
You're unmoving.
Yep.
You're standing perfectly still.
Oh, yeah.
Wits and awareness.
Oh, boy. 2, 3. Oh, okay. All right. That's 5.
Okay. You hear Magnus's voice. It carries a weight that is unmistakable. And someone with an equal deep voice, but softer, is speaking back. And then there is a wretched, ripping. And it sounds as if a heavy body is thrown against the tile. There is a shattering, and someone screeches. And then the door opens, sliding with a clap. And Magnus, you can hear him take a breath. You can hear the rings as he smooths them through his hair. And he tells the nurse, "Get out." And things are quiet. There's the sound of fabric, the scratchy hospital blankets, and then a whimper. And you hear probably the most kind thing you have ever heard Magnus utter, and he says, "My little girl." And there is raw emotion there. And something else. If you were looking at his face, Quinn, you could probably identify what that something else is. All you are aware of is it makes your ears drop, your tail tuck up, and your stomach knot and feel afraid. A lyrical language breaks the silence several moments later. A language of the wolves. Magnus is talking to someone else. Someone masculine, but again, the voice is so very soft. If you would like to try to assume their conversation, because you hear pretty much everything in the room with your previous roll, you'll need to roll an intelligence and an insight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she wants to try that. An insight. Wait, whatever. Okay. Yes. All right. Okay. That is 3. Yeah.
You hear some names that you're familiar with, but they are Greek alphabets. Alpha, Omega, Gamma. Words like Hauglas, Moot, Karn, Bane, and then another snarl. And it sounds like Magnus is schooling a pup. More animal than man. And then you hear someone heavy drop down to the floor. Not like they've fainted, but a very purposeful kneeling. And then in English, "Forgive me, I misspoke." And then the lyrical language again, addressing Alpha. You hear the shifting of clothes as who you assume is Alpha now stands and leaves the room. You hear a phone go off, probably Magnus's, and it is vibrating. And he doesn't answer for a while. And when he does...
What?
Do you try to hear the voice on the phone?
Yeah, she has to.
You will leave the shower, which means you will make some noise, and a wolf's ears are sensitive enough. So you will be making 2 rolls, a wits and awareness, and a dexterity and a stealth with your obfuscate as an extra die.
Okay, let's see. I'll do wits and awareness first. Here, I have this here. Oh, crap. Okay. Okay, that's wits and awareness is 4. That's a good one for her. And then the other is dex.
Dex, stealth, plus extra dice, obfuscate.
Stealth. Just double check. Okay. Yep. And that one. Okay. Yes. That's 4.
Okay.
That's 4.
Okay. The voice is accented. Feminine. Ooh, does the wolf want to bite?
Quiet. Why are you calling me?
Well, I have information for you. You did, after all, pay me, and I've looked into the name.
And?
Seems like our Daniel Price is, well, hard to find. In fact, I didn't find really anything. You can hear Magnus suck on his teeth. You can almost hear the canines sharpen and his jaw click and pop. The frustration and the rage is barely bridled.
I am not in the mood for your games, Lick.
No game. I seriously couldn't find anything. But, lucky for you, I know people. And I've set out plenty of little bats, and they'll come back to Mommy Bat. And as soon as I know, Daddy Magnus, you'll know. And you'll be doing what you do best once again. I heard, that your daughter was well. That's good news. Maybe you'll be able to actually get your blood price once and for all. Magnus hangs up the phone. You hear the beep. And he exhales. Ending on a growl. And then the door opens. And he leaves. But you don't know how long he will be gone. But for the moment, you can hear the monitors beeping. Monitoring Beta. The ragged inhale of her breath that is too slow. What would you like to do?
Waiting a fair amount of time after she hears the door close. Almost waiting to have the scent disappear a little. She kind of creeps out of the bathroom again, and she goes over to Beta's side.
As soon as you do,
And
even though she's resting, her face turns towards you.
Quinn instinctively kind of touches her hair and makes sure it's kind of up. She has a headband that's just kind of placed strategically, and she makes sure that that's on. And she looks to see if Beta's eyes are open or just her face is turned to her.
Just her face. She's too... very likely the nurses gave her something in the doctor, because as soon as she woke up, the heart rate went off the charts and she started to shift. So she is now strapped to the bed, and the IV is definitely not saline solution. Just a glance at that, and there's medication in there, and a lot of it.
And then Quinn kind of leans over close, and she will move some of Beta's hair out of her face. She's turned, and she's like, I don't know how much longer I can stay. I don't want you to see me when you wake up, because you don't deserve that. But I'll stay until you're awake, and then you know your family's here and they can take better care of you. I just I wish I could be here when you're fully awake. I do, and I hope you know that. But also, I can't be. So I'm just gonna stay a little longer. I called your friend. I called your friend. So I'm sure he'll be here soon, and then you'll be okay. And then you'll be okay. So I'm just gonna sit here, and she kind of moves to the chair. And we'll just wait a bit. You're still asleep, so I'll just stay here. And she just stays there.
The next several moments are tense, and then you feel yourself begin to relax, being this close to Beta as usual. And the door. And a familiar face steps in. Well, pauses in the doorway, seeing you, Alpha, holding a tray, piled high with different treats. Milk with a little pink straw in it, all from the cafeteria. He takes one look at you and then closes the door behind him without much fuss. Comes over to her bedside and starts laying out the food, popping open some of the world's worst food, definitely vending machine. Peanut butter covered chocolate wafers, chips, Cheetos. and he piles all of them into one large bin. You actually think it's a bedpan, but it looks like it's been purposefully broken so that it makes more of a bowl. The top, instead of curling under, and the lip has been like pulled out, and he just dumps, God, hundreds of dollars of worth of vending machine into this bowl without a single word. Then he pulls up the other plastic chair that he barely fits in, unbuttons his suit jacket, lays it over the backside. You catch the glimpse of his tats that just cover the forearms and the scars. Thick, roping scars all up and down the veins on his forearms. And then he, as usual, rolls the suit jacket down to cover them. He also wears wrist guards and thick watches. Blue eyes steady gaze at you from across the bed. And then the eyes flick down to Beta and back to you. There are questions. There's questions he wants to ask you, but he's just looking at you. Go ahead.
Okay. He can't see it. That her ears under her headband have gone all the way back, like terrified mode, and she's almost staying still, like she's trying not to be seen. Not cloak of shadows, just not trying not to be seen, and she won't meet his eyes. But she's trying to work through this. Because he doesn't deserve this, whatever she's feeling. So looking at the ground, she just like barely above a whisper. I think she's doing better, but I think they sedated her for now.
He nods and makes an affirmative sound at the back of his throat.
I can leave. I can leave if you want, though. I can leave. I'll just be outside, and then you can just have a moment. So
when you go to move, he moves. And he very gently motions for you to sit.
Okay, and then she'll sit like quickly.
Beta's heart rate is easier when you're here. Conscious or not, she senses you.
She'll be better soon, and then she won't need me, and that'll be good. But I'll stay for now.
You can feel him with laser focus gazing at you. It takes a while for him to say something. And finally...
Why wouldn't she need you?
I'm not who I was before. She doesn't know me now.
You hear him shift in a way that draws your attention, and he, very confident usually, very, very assertive. Everything he does has purpose. He's faltering. And when you look, you can see the eyes are downcast, like he's recalling a memory. And he looks at his own palm, which is covered in scars, like just thick calluses. And he gets a small, wistful sort of smile, like on the side. And you can just see it under the beard, and it is the most vulnerable expression you have ever seen on Alpha's face. And then he quickly schools it, glances up, the two of you make eye contact, you immediately look down, and the tension rises once again. After a moment of awkward silence, he clears his throat, not looking at you, looking at Beta. You could be her friend.
I would want that very much. She's not gonna want this. It's not fair. It's not fair. But it's okay. This isn't anything you have to worry about. And I'm sorry, I'm awkward, and I think I make you uncomfortable. And I'm sorry because I don't know what that is. I don't know. I'm wrong, and I know that. So I would very much like to be her friend, but she doesn't need this. And she kind of touches her headband a little. But she'll have her family, and that will be good.
Alpha doesn't respond. But you can feel again that he's watching you after you finish speaking. And the silence isn't as tense. Several more minutes pass, and then he gets up. He rolls up his sleeves and then puts his suit jacket on, which is a strange habit. And from the suit jacket pocket, he pulls something light colored, and he comes around the corner, walking around Beta, the foot of the bed, around Beta. So you are a little cornered when he approaches you, and he is as wide as he is tall. Not in feeling. His aura is like Magnus's, but so much more gentle. And you feel yourself maybe flinch, but he sets something down on your hand that is in Beta's hair. And then he leaves the room.
It takes a second for Quinn to move again. But then she looks at what he left.
It looks like a handmade crocheted wolf. And on the wolf's back is a tiny little fox. A keychain. And the wolf is a platinum blonde and black.
Quinn wraps her hands around it and quietly, she doesn't want Beta to hear this, but she's like, why can't you just be normal about this? This is sweet, and you can't be normal around him, and you can't be normal here, and you're going to ruin this, and this is very sweet, and why can't I just be normal? And she holds it really tight.
How long does Quinn stay?
Usually when she is there, she stays basically until an hour before sunrise. She just spends as much time as she can. It's not really a choice. She just feels compelled. So right now that's her plan. She has no other reason not to. Except if Beta's eyes open, then she might. No, she will. She'll leave the room.
Okay. It is about 20 minutes later that the heart rate machine beep, 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 and Beta's nose scrunches, and her eyebrows sort of flex, and those eyes begin to flutter open.
Quinn just kind of squeaks, I'm sorry, and she runs out of the room.
Okay. Are you being careful at all when you run out of the room?
No.
Okay. You run directly into Magnus, bouncing off his chest like a droplet of water on the cement, and he catches you in a firm grip on your bicep, and he squeezes. and his dual-colored eyes are just looking down his very straight nose at you. He almost flicks you behind him, but he resists. He is angry, and maybe not at you, but it is hard for that much rage to act any semblance of pleasant. And so when he lets you go, if you were mortal, you are sure that would leave so much bruising. Do you run? Do you stay?
I think, seeing that Magnus is going there, she just goes, I'm sorry. And she just kind of stays away. She moves out of his way, but stays by the door of the room.
Okay, so he steps in, and Beta starts to frenzy. And as she does, Magnus just grabs her face and her throat and ends up getting half on the bed, kneeling on her as she starts shifting completely uncontrollably and then screaming and gnashing. She grips the bed and the bed begins to break and she is just... She tears some of the binding and claws into Magnus, but he grabs it and shouts in that lyrical language, and then Alpha comes flying in. Seeing you, he gently but firmly pushes you out. And then shuts the door. And the shadows that you see and the glass that you hear breaking, it is a brawl between wolves. And then finally you hear her voice. Get off of me! And she's panting. And you can see her half shifted, shaking. And then she says, Dad? And Magnus embraces her. And then so does Alpha. What do you do?
She sits on the floor on the outside. And she kind of curls her knees into her chest and stops herself from going in. And just rocks there, listening to the family.
It is rapid fire questions from Beta. Has anyone heard from Zeta? Where's Gamma? What do you mean? They speak to her in the lyrical language, but she speaks in English. And she says, you can't do this. You can't just decide what the pack edicts are. Has anyone consulted Chron? And Magnus says, you can try. And then he drops into the language. You miss exactly the meaning. And several lab assistants, nurses, doctors, they're all bringing in new equipment. Some of it is, it looks like space equipment. Some of it is not typical to a hospital in your experience ever, Quinn. And a gentle hand taps your knee. It's time for you to go.
Okay. And she'll get up and she like touches the door. And she just kind of whispers, glad you're awake, Beta. They'll protect you. I can't. And then she'll leave.
As you are stepping away, wits and awareness.
4.
Okay, with a 4. This floor of the hospital, at the very end, there is a lobby and then a suite. That is often where you and Kappa would socialize. And as you come to the lobby, it should be locked. Kappa's space should be closed. He isn't here. But his door is wide open. None of the lights are on, and you can hear someone moving around.
No, Kappa wouldn't want somebody in there. He's going through enough. And she'll enter.
Okay. Are you being stealthy?
No. I think she almost would rather, like, not scare this person, but just be like, what are you doing?
Okay, as you step in, wide shoulders. Stunning, blonde tresses, styled in a fade of perfection, a hard, square jaw that is only blemished to some by a beauty mark. And you know who this is. As he straightens to his full height, and West turns to look at you, he gives you a halting and scoff-filled look. What is the word I'm looking for? He looks like a douchebag, I guess? I don't know.
Punchable face.
And he says, could you just fucking go away, please?
No. And Quinn's getting like, I've put up with quite a bit tonight.
Oh,
and I
right.
think I've been very
That's
good.
right. Your crazy-ass girlfriend's awake now, isn't she?
Okay. All right, just get out of here. This isn't your spot, and you don't belong here. And
I don't belong here. And he steps forward, and his 6'5" frame is just rippling with menace, and the wolf underneath prickles. I don't belong here? Do you forget who belongs to me? I get to pick my mate, you little fucking peasant. Anything that belongs to him belongs to me. At least it will.
You don't belong here.
Not yet. Hey,
Not ever.
where the fuck did he go? He's not answering his phone.
Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you.
You bitch. And he's gonna reach out to grab you.
Yeah. She'll try to avoid.
Okay, roll a dexterity and athletics or brawl.
Oh, absolutely brawl. Absolutely brawl. That's 2.
Okay, he grabs a hold of your hair after a minute of scramble, and he's like, just fucking tell me where he is.
I can just yell. I can just yell. If they're not that far, I'll yell.
Like anyone is gonna fucking hear you. Do you know what's going on down there? And he squeezes, but he lets you go. Because Beta is considered a queen. And you know that, Quinn. Fine. Hide behind your fucking crazy ass bitch. I'll find him myself. And then Wes turns and he grabs something from Kappa's desk and he puts it into his pocket. And he leaves.
Quinn is just shaking, and her fingers are just rolled into fists, and all she wants to do is run at this guy and just tear at him. But she knows she can take it. She knows she's in a position right now where she is there.
You could.
Really only under the grace.
But you also know that he is to be the leader of his pack. And it would cause quite the issues with Beta and hers.
Yeah, she's just. How far is the exit to the outside?
So Kappa has large windows that open up into the fire exit. And then there's also like an elevator, there's a stairway. But when you glance around, you see that West has left notes on Kappa's desk. Call me. Let's talk about this. I want you to reconsider.
All right.
There's also like bottles of wine, chocolates, like basically everything Kappa doesn't like. Sports tickets.
Oof.
Like, yeah.
She takes 1 second and she looks for the trash can, like one of those little ones by a desk.
Not hard. There's
and
plenty.
She just sweeps that all in there. She leaves it, but she just sweeps that all there so Kappa doesn't have to deal with that. And then I think she goes to the window with the fire escape.
Okay.
And if she can open it and go out into the fire escape.
Dexterity and larceny.
Oh, fantastic. This is great. Just trying to open a window. Oh, crap. 1.
It's real hard to open. Like, it's like...
Okay. Yeah. She's like, shit!
Kinda
Okay, fine! She'll look for some sort of pillow. Like, is there a couch or a chair?
Yeah, there's like a chase lounge. Right next to it is, there's the monitors, you know?
Yeah.
Like...
Oh, no, she just grabs a pillow then and goes to the farthest corner of the room away from the hallway and just screams into the pillow. Just like this guttural scream, almost yip, almost howl.
Okay.
Because she knows she can't blow up here. And then after, 2 minutes, she'll just put the pillow back and refluff it.
Try again.
No, she can exit. She just wanted to scream outside.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Roll a wits and awareness for me.
Oh boy. I'm sure I didn't disturb anyone. It's fine. It was a quiet scream. Where did I put the words again? Okay, there we go. 1.
Okay. You miss it. And that's all right. As you glide through Kappa's space, sort of making sure the already neat space is neat. You miss what's in the interior, but you do notice that the door was literally kicked open. And so it doesn't even close anymore. And it's... you remember Kappa telling you about the door and like this new engine is what he calls it that he was installing that his friend from work made. That was basically a biometric scanner. If like in order for it to unlock, he said you remember him telling you, nerding out, that the only downside is the fact that if your door has hinges, still can pop those suckers and just easily get in. He said, but anyone that can cast Dimension Door is not going to get through because there's at least an inch of lead in it.
She's like, he's so sweet.
He was very proud of this door because he installed it himself.
She's trying not to get angry again. This is pissing her off, but okay. I'll just tell him next time he's I can see him. It's okay. It'll be fine. Maybe I can't help. I have no way how to do this thing. That's way too complicated. I could sit there while he does it. That's okay. Maybe I should just go. I'm gonna do something stupid soon. I'm gonna do something really stupid, and I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I'll just head back. I'll just maybe I'll just head back home. Yeah, okay. And she's like kind of talking to herself, pacing a bit. Yeah, this is a smart idea. I gotta go. I gotta go. Boy, I hope Daniel's on his way.
There is one other that you haven't called yet. And you think of it on your way to the exit. You haven't called Delta yet.
Oh. She intimidates me.
She is quite
That's why.
intimidating, yes.
Yeah, this is why this is not her first thought in her mind.
So, just a question for you. Does Quinn take the elevator or the stairs? The choice will give you different information.
Oh. I think the stairs, she feels a little trapped in an elevator.
Okay.
You can't speed up an elevator.
Okay, roll a wits and awareness.
Oh boy, okay.
I hope
saved
you
the
can
dice
hear
out
the
this time.
smile in in my voice.
Okay. Okay. Oh, but that's only okay. So that's 4.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I gotta make some rolls. So just give me one. Let's see.
Quinn's just pumping herself up to call Delta. It takes energy.
Okay. With 4. You come down about to the 2nd floor, and you hear Wes go, "Gah!" and gets punched, and then you hear a backhand. And you see the familiar suit jacket of Alpha's just neatly set aside, like folded and set aside, should remind you, viewers, of a different wolf. And then Alpha picks Wes up by his collar and shoves him against the door of the second entrance. So you're just above the landing, and they're just below you.
Yeah.
And West is like, "Fuck off!" And Alpha backhands him again. Alpha doesn't say a word. Wes just runs his mouth. And it's the same shit he always says, and he always gets caught by Alpha, and he always gets bitch slapped. Literally almost every time this guy tries to cross boundaries despite any pact rules, Alpha defends Kappa. And you're not sure, Quinn, that Kappa is even aware this happens. And then Wes finally says, "Fine, fuck off!" Jesus. I always get what I want. And Alpha politely steps up the stairway, knuckles bruised, face clawed up, big old bite mark in his chest, probably not Wes, probably from Beta, and he makes eye contact with you without missing a beat, pulls a suit jacket on, and buttons it up. And then he continues stepping up. When he passed you, he gives you a nod, and you just hear Wes, "Fucking bitch ass motherfucking, you broke my arm!" And then you hear Wes shoulder out the second floor. And as the door opens, there's another familiar voice, and another wolf from his pack is like, "Heh, you look like shit." And he's like, "Fuck off." And then someone else is like, "Yeah, I'm having the same problem with the fucking sister." And then the door closes.
Quinn smiles a little when no one's around.
You think so,
Like I told you.
and then you hear your voice. You hear your name, not your voice, your name. And a deep voice that says, "Quinn."
She looks.
It's okay to be what you are. Because sometimes monsters are necessary.
And he continues walking away.
She waits probably 1 second too late to just whisper thank you, not looking anymore. Takes her a second to get it out. And then she feels guilty again.
There is an overwhelming feeling that you need to get home. And it's a confusing feeling because there's 2 parts to it. You need to get home, but your gaze is drawn back up to the floor where Beta is, and your friend Kappa. But then logic reminds you of your apartment, your home. What do you do?
He stands on the steps for a couple minutes, and with all the willpower she has, she heads home. There's nothing else I can do for her that her family can't do, and I'll just complicate things.
As you descend, the feeling, sense your embrace of isolation blooms wider. The thistles twisting and clenching in your chest, your stomach, and the whispers. She wouldn't want you. Are your companion as you make your way to your vehicle. You call a ride, either way. Those whispers, they linger with you the whole drive. As the dark expanse of the city of Mass gazes hungrily back at you. And we meanwhile right here. We are going to actually slide over to our other little side quest, Heaven.
Mm-hmm.
All right. After leaving Jihoon's, you and Dell, her dressed in mini lumberjack finest and a pink hoodie, the only one Jihoon owns. She slides into the car, front seat next to you, and your fuzzy companion is right there in the middle, and with a good old loud meow, protests Delta entering your car. Without missing a beat, Delta plucks the cat into her lap and just squeezes it and pets it. Very affectionate, roughly. I'm ready. Where are we headed? We going to save Malcolm, or are we leaving that to the rest?
What time is it right now?
You probably should head to Jenny's if you're going to at all. And the cat's just like, meow, 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 meow. Until finally it like jumps in the back seat. And then Delta like scoots a little closer.
Evan will kind of like reach up, adjust the mirror so he could see Ligma and just be like, don't make a mess back there.
The cat just looks at you with narrowed eyes and hisses a bit. Then begins to clean her paws.
Oh. They should be able to handle getting Malcolm, right? Because I can't really not show up to Ginny's. I mean, I still owe them.
Delta chews on her bottom lip, which is a very Delta thing to do. And then she rolls the lip until it pops. It's like she's not doing it to try to be sexy. It's just like, and she says, good question. I don't know. As shitty as it is to admit, Gamma's probably the best fighter. Certainly the scrappiest. Okay, hold on. That's actually... I'm pretty fucking scrappy. I don't know, your call. I'm stressed. Kappa went with them. Who knows? But knowing Kappa, he'll stay out of trouble. There's no way he'd put himself right in the middle of anything. He's a good kid. He always has been.
I don't see him putting himself in trouble.
Right. It's not like he would. Yeah. If anything, I worry that Sig is just gonna bulldoze into anything. He just doesn't have any tact. And in any situation, he's just balls to the walls. Bulldozer. Yeah.
I mean, at least he puts doors back.
Oh yeah. You mentioned that. Yeah.
At this point, Evan would check his phone to see if his manager had texted him back about the clothes.
About whether or not to dress fancy?
No, if he was able to get him replacement clothes.
Oh, 100%. Easy. Why don't we just go? We'll just go. You'll play at you'll be what? Like an hour? Then we'll meet them and then it'll be all right.
It might be a little longer than an hour. $800 is quite a lot for just an hour.
I mean,
I know it is me that's playing, but still.
I was going to say.
Here, text one of them. He'll hand his phone over to her.
Okay.
And just let him know we're going to Ginny's. Yeah, so
Do you have
let's
Noah's
go.
number?
It'll
Thank you. She texts Noah.
yeah,
Hey,
well, sorry.
hey, how's it going? Hopefully you and Cap are staying out of trouble and safe. Do you have an ETA on Malcolm? Evan and I are going to go take care of something.
Just make sure they know we're going so I can actually do my job.
You want me to let them know you're going to Jenny's?
Yeah, and let them
Type,
know
type,
it'll
type, type,
probably
type.
be a few hours.
Type. What would Noah type back? Because Delta will basically act as messenger back and forth.
He would just send back, yeah, sounds great, because you'll keep him safe. Thumbs up.
Okay, she relays that to you, Evan. Anything you want to type back?
I guess they got it handled. He would just say that to Delta, not really.
Okay. Delta's next
Send back.
text message is just, if you guys can't handle it, let us know. I'll interrupt the show, and Evan and I will come running.
LOL.
Does she tell him that, or does she
JK.
just send that?
Sounds good.
Yeah, she relays it. And then relays what Noah typed back. Roll a dexterity and
Okay.
drive.
Oh no. 7.
Okay. You do not get pulled over by Bob.
Oh darn.
No, Bob. No pullover. You make it to Jenny's. You pull up into the parking lot. Delta goes to get out in her full ensemble, which somehow she still manages to make look kind of cute. Somewhere in your car, she found a ponytail, so the hair is half up in like a little kind of bun, and she's like curled a little bit of the hair around her face. Her hair's not usually curly. She spends a lot of time straightening it. You've seen her. But naturally, she's got intense waves and curls underneath the top layer of her hair. The top layer is kind of like just a limp wave, but the bottom is like curly. So she does a lot of effort into making herself look nice, and getting in the water has sort of, anyways, she's working with what she's got. And as she steps out, she says, I'm guessing I'm waiting in the parking lot, or do I gotta sneak in?
Pretty sure I could just bring you in with me.
Dressed like this?
He motions to himself in the Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting close for you, right?
Yeah, they have like a little stage. There's like behind the curtains and stuff. You could sit back there.
Oh. Well, then I guess I will.
Or depending on the kind of party it is.
I mean, it's not going to be anything weird, right? Like, it's Jenny's.
It's Jenny's at midnight.
That makes it sound kind of slutty. And she loops her arm in yours, which I'm a fan of. Let the record show.
He does a little like eyebrow wiggle as she says that.
And as you are walking around the back, you parked on the side, she says, so I wanted to ask you a couple questions. And I'm going to ask you, but you can think about it. So that Max guy.
Mm-hmm. Maddox?
Yeah, him. The human that's all wrapped up in Malcolm's fuck. Yeah, him. I've seen him before. And I was just wondering how close you were. Like, if you guys were, like, friends, or, you know. And she puts her fingers together. You guys got anything going on in the past? I only ask because I know what he used to do for a job.
I only met him in the last few days.
Oh, phew.
And everything that went on with at the graveyard and stuff, he knew some more about it.
Oh, shit. About the freak with the paintings?
Hey. I mean, fair, but still.
Relative
I have to be respectful.
or not, Evan. That guy is freaky with a capital freak. The Y's lowercase because it would look wrong. And she's just giving you the side eye.
Gotta chuckles at that. But no, he knew some more about that, and that was the only way he'd tell me.
Huh. Oh, I don't care about that. I just need you to be careful. He's,
Oh.
Yeah, and she holds the door open as you like get it open with your key. She holds it open and then says, yeah, just, he's dangerous. Like, I know he seems friendly, but he's something else. And you are hit by the smells and the scents of Jenny's. The alcohol, the mid to upper grade, like, bar meals and snacks. But there is a tone, an underlacing of expensive perfume, of fine cloth, of clean aftershave. There are people already seated, a quiet but no less cacophony of voices, multicultural, several different languages. One sounds French, another you don't recognize are just firing off in the din as this entrance you've stepped into, Evan, leads to the backstage. You are met with several assistants, probably all of the stagehands that Jenny hires, ushering you to one of the green rooms where your name has been like slid in, but it's like it's on duct tape, like written in marker, you know, like, but it's your room for tonight. That's where you find your clothes. They've got food in there for you. Not that you'll eat it, but Delta will. Where they've gotten an iced coffee in the middle of the fucking night at midnight, you aren't sure, but there are these great donuts that you instantly recognize as the Hawaiian guys.
I wonder if they have the same coupons.
You're you're in there less than a minute before there is a soft knock, and Jenny pokes her head in. Hey, how's it going? Glad you're here.
It's going well. Did they ever get around to tuning the piano?
Yeah, piano's ready. They also, your guy brought a couple other instruments, but yeah.
I mean, that's okay. I hope you don't mind. I did bring a +1. He kind of motions over to Delta.
She's got like 2 donuts in her cheeks.
She loves wine, guys.
Oh, no problem. But do you mind staying back behind stage, please? He's like, yeah, you got it. Gives a thumbs up. And you just hear her.
Yeah, he kind of laughs at the absurdity of this going on. That's why I was asking, do you guys have a chair you could set up back there or something?
Oh, yeah, sure. As long as she's not seen, I'm sure it'll be fine. Evan, your guy brought also this for you, and it's just a manila envelope. And here's half the cash. And she hands you a basic envelope. And then when you're done with the set, I'll pay the rest. But, and she drums her fingers really quick. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Out of that portion, can you take 100 and split it between your staff?
Oh, sure. I mean, I've already paid him. Half of them aren't going to have to pay for any of their fucking drinks for a week. But sure.
Make it like a week and 2 days or something.
Yeah.
Or is Joe here? That'd be like 3 days.
My drinks aren't that cheap.
No, I'm saying the week and 3 days for a normal person would just be like 3 days for him.
Oh, yeah. The pool crew guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, Evan, I know I said that you were going to be playing the whole time, but, it seems like they brought some musicians as well, so...
Do they have a set list?
No. At least they didn't give me one.
Who are they?
I guess they're not an actual band or anybody that has like a Spotify or anything. At least I couldn't look them up, but I guess one guy goes by Razor Sheep, so... And then the other group is like classical. So, I don't know.
So you're saying I'm pretty much going to have to carry tonight?
I have no idea. She shrugs. Yep, no clue. And when she shrugs, I need you to roll a wits and awareness.
That's 5.
Okay, as she shrugs, you see base of her neck, 2 bruises, puncture marks. She has absolutely been fed on.
Jenny, can you come inside and close the door for a minute?
Oh, sure. What's up? And she shuts the door gently. You have the jitters? I have some alcohol. I got some good stuff.
No, just...
Delta's like, oh my god! And then swallows and points, and Jenny's like, what? And turns around. And Delta's like, spider. It's fine. And then looks at you. And then looks at Jenny with just sugar all over her mouth.
Did something happen tonight?
Huh? No. Not at all. Everyone showed up. It was great. I'm really hoping to get these investors behind the bar and better stage, musical theater. It would be great.
Evan's just face is concerned, like he's not even trying to hide it.
What? I'm good.
What are their names? Can you tell me that?
Razor sheep?
No, the investors.
Oh, yeah. Some of them I can't really pronounce. They kind of all came as like a pack. And you hear Delta behind you whisper, Coven. And you hear Delta hop off the bench where she's sitting and brush her crumb-filled palms on her on Jihoon's pant legs. Okay, there's one named Constance.
Mm-hmm.
There's one named Lysander. Lysander's last name is Faye.
Yeah.
There's one more. That's the investor, and I cannot find her name. Zariah. Her name is Zariah. Constance, Lysander, Zariah. And each of them brought mini entourages.
And Jenny, you said they brought some of their own musicians too? The Razor and the classical people?
Yeah, they're like a quartet. I wasn't really listening during their introductions. I was too nervous.
Mm.
But there's no need to be concerned. I know it looks like I'm not sleeping. I promise I am. And with your wits and awareness, you believe that she... a kindred has shifted her memories. So...
Del, can you touch up her makeup a little bit? And Ginny, Evan kind of just taps the side of his neck that matches the side where she has the bruises.
No, she has no awareness. Even when you tap and anyone tries to point it out, like as she passes like the green room's vanity mirrors, there is no recognition that there's anything wrong with her neck at all.
Evan would just kind of exchange concerned looks with Del without saying anything.
Del gives you a look that says it all. Kindred fuckery.
I guess we'll catch up with you in a little bit. Where are their musicians at? Are they back here or are they?
Yeah, they're
out
in the
front?
they're in the other green room. But the Razor sheep, he's like already on deck backstage, just chilling.
Okay. I know you have a lot of stuff to do. I'll catch up with you in a little bit.
Sure,
Make sure you come back and see me before the night's over.
sure. I mean, unless the investors want to talk, you know. And Jenny, I know I didn't describe it, but imagine she's wearing her best, like, black tie, hair done up, little shawl, I think around her shoulders, her finest jewelry, which is not as fine as probably the other individuals in the room, especially if they're kindred.
And just by the way, you do look nice tonight.
Oh,
You,
not in front of your girlfriend. And she just, like, slaps your arm.
she probably agrees too.
Delta just gives 2 thumbs up. She's totally looking around the green room at everything. And it's very, like, casing of her. Like, she's looking at everything.
Yeah, Evan would kind of show her back to the door and then be like, I need to change and stuff, so if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah. She'll exit. And when it's you and Dell says, they're all fucking kindreds out there. I mean, I'm guessing.
I preferred your idea earlier a lot better than this.
She just gives you a look, tilts her head to the side. Is that preferable?
I mean, playing to a bunch of kindred?
I mean, you already did it to Freak McGee. And you're gonna knock him dead. Again. Just kidding. I don't know. And you see her pick something up and pocket it as she's talking.
Yeah, but who the fuck does that? To just the person that you're using their venue.
She gives you a gentle look. Evan, it's...
I know we're fucked up. And that we're monsters, but still.
Not all of you are monsters. Just... some of you are. Just like some of my kind is. Like, it's...
While she's saying that, you just see, like, Evan take his hands and just, like, wipe his face, like, like, he's kind of distressed. And I have to go play for these people, knowing they've done that.
We could leave. We could just fuck them. In fact, we could light this whole shit in fire. Get the people out and just... I could steal their cars. They probably came in nice cars.
Yeah, but do we really want to kick the hornet's nest in this town right now?
I mean, why not? No, you're right. We probably shouldn't.
Because that won't end well for anyone.
But we could get really rich doing it. You know, we could get...
Yeah,
they could
I
have,
mean,
like, a lot
for a
of
few
money.
days.
Oh, it could... We could get a lot of money. And she, like, kind of squeezes her hands. You know what? You're right. It's probably not worth it. Unless, while you're playing, you distract him. I go get my shit. Just kidding. These donuts are great. She eats another one.
Evan kind of narrows his eyes a little bit, like...
She's sweating a little. Yeah, so do you know if this place has got a shower? I was thinking maybe I could, like, clean up a little bit while you're playing.
I mean, we can clean up after I'm done playing.
Together.
I mean, if you're down for that.
All right.
He kind of tries to mimic her little lip bite from earlier.
Oh, you're using my own tricks against me now. And
Have to learn from the expert.
she, like, exaggeratingly sachets, like, saunters up to you, and then slides her hands around your hips and puts her palms in your back pocket so she's cupping your rear. I can confirm it is pretty sexy. And then she tilts her face up for a kiss.
Oh, he'd slide his arms around her, like, towards the middle of her back. And then just pull her up a little bit while he leans down to kiss her.
It's not chaste at all, but nothing really about Delta is. It is searing heat. And she nibbles on your bottom lip as she pulls away and says, okay, well, now you gotta go fucking knock a bunch of deadbeats deader. She spanks your hiney. You have my blessing.
Thank you, I guess. But can I get another one? Just one more?
For the road?
I mean, I know you're going to be right there, but yeah.
She pulls your face down and deepens. Hotter kiss takes a little longer. Presses herself against you to the point that you can feel the contours of her lithe body. And her pockets are filled with stuff. It's unmistakable as your hands explore.
Oh, is that an extra donut, or are you excited to see me?
That's my dick. And she pulls back. It's happy to see you. 100%.
Ooh, we'll have to compare later.
You win. A lady never
I never
puts...
said it was a contest.
Oh, well, I was going to say a lady never puts herself in a contest with others, but fair enough.
So, what all do you actually have?
I don't have anything. What do you mean?
He kind of tilts his head and gives her the, really?
I don't have anything.
Oh, so if I do this, he'll kind of like slide behind her and like hug over her shoulders and slide his hands into her pockets.
Okay. Which one? There's like back pockets, front pockets.
He'll go for the breast pocket and a front pocket since he's using both his hands to do this.
You actually pull out of the breast pocket stuff that looks like Jihoon's. Flash drives, keys. There's a little paper that has like passwords written on it, and she like grabs it quickly from you and is like, and then out of the other pocket, there's stuff that looks like it belongs to. Oh my god, those are Max's keys. And then there's a slew of other items from the green room and your car and from Sigma's house, it looks like. Oh, and that might be something that was in Daniel's car.
Nothing you said.
Yeah, that's a bunch of nothing. What do you mean?
Ah.
Just let me. And she takes.
I love you, but your hands, you know, like
she goes
you
to
know,
like
those
grab it
little
all back.
sticky
Like,
hands?
come on, stop. Yeah, okay.
You know those little sticky hands you can get from like the machines? I think you sell a few of them in your arcade. Your hands are like that, aren't they?
I just found it in the pockets. I just.
In the pockets.
Yeah, crazy.
Can we make sure to give those back?
Oh yeah. Scout's honor. You have a show to run. You should do that. We should go.
I do have a show to run, but I also have a girlfriend who is acquiring things.
And why shouldn't she? Acquirement is 9/10 of the law.
Just not from here. And Jihoon's nice enough to let you borrow his clothes, so please make sure those get back to him. You know my stuff's yours anyway, so.
What do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean.
She just bites her lip.
He'll kind of put his thumb on her chin, like slowly pull her lip down as she's biting it. You know exactly what I mean.
She opens her mouth, closes her mouth, opens her mouth, closes her mouth. You know I don't ever let anybody catch me. You're literally just my weakness.
I mean, I am a pretty sexy weakness, though. I don't even fault you for that.
Yeah. And then there's like
he doesn't let her finish, and he goes in for a kiss.
Okay, as you kiss her, there's a knock, and this time it's one of the stage hands that, you know, they just call your name and they give you the countdown. You've got a minute before showtime.
Oh shit. He kind of eyes the clothes hanging on the wall. Can you help me real quick?
You got it.
He just like throws his clothes off that he's wearing right now and like goes over, starts putting the pants on, like hands Delta the shirt.
She will start buttoning you, zipping, buckling, whatever you need. I won't make you roll. You do it in record time, especially between Garu and Kindred speed.
And when he's like finally actually dressed, he's like, okay, do I look good?
You look better than a donut, smothered in cream, covered in sugar, and in my mouth.
I'm going to comment on that later, but I'll take that. No, come on, let me get on stage. Hopefully I already have a place set up for you to sit, and let's go.
She just giggles as you take her hand, and you feel a slight tug when you turn back. You don't know what she's just taken, but you know instinctually she's grabbed something. But it doesn't look like she has, and she's just grinning innocently. Big ol' smile.
One of those little sticky hands, I swear.
Okay, I need you to roll a wits and awareness as you step out into the backstage. From like the green room area, up the steps, and then around the big back end curtains.
7.
Damn. You step out into like the backstage. Like the whole thing is pretty it's like a mini theater, really, is like the description of it. And there is this, how do I describe this goth punk youth leaned up against one of the frames that hold the big curtains. And he's got an unlit cigarette tucked behind one of his ears that's actually been cut to look like a kind of an elven point, covered in tattoos, gauges. Eyebrows are shaved, and there's just body modifications of metal that look like eyebrows. You instantly recognize another Kindred. And he looks at you, and then he looks behind you at Delta, and there is a feral grin as he looks back at you and then looks away and down at his phone. The minute you came around the corner, you recognized another Kindred. And now that there's no like door barriers, you can smell Kindred with a 7 and something you have never scented before. But it is not human.
Okay, well, whenever that person looked up at Evan, he'd probably like flash a grin of his fang.
He does not engage after that look and then taking in your clear message. Just looks back down his phone and is typing.
And he just Evan would continue on, bringing Delta with him.
Okay. You get to like the first layer of curtains that denoted as backstage, and there is a chair set up for Delta where she can see the stage, but she will not be seen from the stage. And as she comes around you, there are other stagehands, mortals, and another Kindred. This Kindred looks like a ballerina, is dressed in very fine classical ballerina attire. She's got severe angles. She's not pretty, but she looks like a sculpture. And when she turns to look at you, it reminds you of a bird of prey. That then she dismisses you and Delta. And Delta mutters under her breath, "This is gonna be fun."
Just let me know if you need me.
And then you hear a weird like slurping sound, and you glance, and Delta, wherever she's gotten it, you're not sure because she didn't have it before, but she has the iced coffee and is finishing it. Which causes several Kindred to look over like, what the fuck? And then she's like, oh, and sets it down. Sorry.
How did you even get that? Wasn't that across the room?
I'm crafty as fuck. Actually, I was holding it the whole time. You know what? No, I won't gaslight you. Evan, I'm really good at taking stuff.
Oh, I know that.
And then she sits in a chair. Knock 'em deader.
He gives her a little thumbs up. And then like straightens his collar and tie or bow tie, whatever was brought for him.
Okay. It seems it's bow tie probably, that's your preference, I would say. And as you like step out, it's very tense. And I need you to, do you have Auspex?
No.
That is okay. Roll me a wits or an intelligence and insight. But we're going to take a really quick BRB before you get that roll.
All right.
Okay. What'd you get on that roll?
A 5.
Okay. So do you remember how I described Sigmund to you? When the moonlight hit him, he would look taxidermied, wax-like.
Mm-hmm.
The man sitting in the middle of the trifecta is worse. And it is not that he is worse physically. Where there should be pleasant micro-expressions, it is a robotic and unnatural welcoming. as he stands and introduces himself by a long, drawn-out name with a sir and title. He is Constance. But he is lacking all life and viability. Like he's wearing his flesh, but it's a suit. He is not a kindred. Then he reaches with his right hand, and a man with long white hair pulled half up, that seems from Asian descent, stands and gives you a slight bow. This is Lysander Fay. And then the left, a tall, curvaceous woman, airing towards very voluptuous, with deep umber-colored skin, Zahara. Lysander, Zahara, and Constance all have different accents. And Constance says, "We've heard a lot about you. Jenny has spoken highly. We're looking forward to our potential arrangement."
Well, I aim to please. Is there any particular style that you'd prefer tonight?
I'm personally a fan of death metal. But I'm interested to see what your cello-wielding fingers and your piano-slinging phalanges can do, Evan Richardson. And there is a tight smile, but no micro-expression, no joy, no glee that reaches the dead, calculating eyes.
Well, I'm sure you'll be pleasantly pleased tonight.
I hope so. I have a lot riding on this.
If you don't mind me asking, what are your plans should everything work out the way you want them to?
You see the smile lessen a little, but it's still there. Almost like it's purposefully being stretched on the face. Well, we plan to renovate, to revamp, to hire Jenny on full time. But it's not something the talent needs to worry about. And
I'm more curious on what it would mean for my schedule.
if you impress us, maybe we'll contract you. And then
He just nods at that.
he unbuttons the suit jacket and sits. And then Zahara sits, but Lysander stays standing. And he doesn't sit down.
Is everything all right?
He just nods. And he's standing at ease. And then he motions with a gloved hand like he is dressed so fine. He's completely like fish out of water in this miniature theater. This place feels like a dive bar, and it's a solid 3.8 out of 5 for diners and tap room. He stays standing and with a nice fine gloved hand motions for you to play the piano.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to hear me play first?
Play what you feel you are best at.
Evan just kind of nods at that and gets kind of a full of himself smirk and heads off towards the piano.
I will need you to roll your performance.
What type? What type of piano is this? Like, is it like a mini grand or?
It is.
Is it?
Yeah, it would have to be. It's not. Oh, actually, let me make a roll. Because there's a chance, considering who's in the audience. It is not Jenny's typical computer. It is a grand concert piano with strings inside as fine as crystal. It's not new. It looks well cared for and loved. but it was definitely brought in. It actually is on tea napkins instead of it sitting and resting on the stage itself.
Before going to sit down at it, Evan would kind of walk around it, like almost wanting to drag his fingers across it, but not doing it out of respect to whoever owns it. He just kind of admires it before he goes and uncovers the keys to sit down.
You feel all gazes on you.
He wouldn't even look out towards the crowd at this point. He just kind of focused and then needlessly like take a breath in and then position his hands over the keys.
Okay, your choice. I know you'll be rolling performance, but you can pick what you roll with it as well. What attribute or discipline.
Okay. I'll roll charisma with that
Okay.
because it makes the most sense.
Okay.
And then for his specialty, do I apply that as well?
I would, yes. You're one extra die.
That's 8. So he'd start with a piece that would be very slow and melodic at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of softly, like each note blended into the next. And as it progresses, it would slowly pick up speed, and then like the intensity would ramp up as well. This song would go on for a little bit, and then towards the end of it, it would slow back down and then kind of taper off. So it'd start slow and melodic and then become more intense towards the middle, and then towards the end, it would go back to that slow and melodic, and to the point it just falls off completely.
Okay. As you end the piece, the only people here are the entourages, the 3 heads, and the stagehands, but they all clap. And Constance looks at Lysander, who has had his eyes closed as he listens to you play. And Constance says, "So, what are your thoughts?" And again, that smile just stretches the skin. But he's clearly speaking to Lysander. As Lysander's eyes flutter open, he nods. And Constance says, "Well, congratulations, Mr. Richardson. It looks like you've impressed our concert pianist. No easy feat, might I add." And Zahara is like golf clapping. "Very impressive. Very good. You do your bloodline proud." And when she says that, all of the mortals instantly seem distracted. And you know who's probably touched Jenny's mind.
Evan would just kind of stay smiling, like he's taking in all their praise, and do his best not to let that irk him.
Lysander's quiet until the clapping stops, and then he asks a question. Mind you, he didn't clap at all. He merely nodded. And when he hits you with a hard gaze, he says, "Can you play better? Or is that all you have?"
Evan kind of ponders for a second to make sure that he's actually understanding what he's saying.
While you're quiet, he mistakes it for him needing to expound. And he steps forward. And he continues to step forward until he comes up on the stage. "You show promise, but you are still learning. Let me ask you,
Is this...
have you ever been in love?"
I can play that for you. Is this your piano?
Answer my question.
Without a doubt, yes.
That is the emotion I wish to hear.
And he stays on the stage right next to you. And he closes his eyes. Arms gently and relaxed clasped behind his back. And he waits for you to proceed. Constance sighs. It would be great if we could listen to some real music in here. And Zahara scoffs. And says, calm down, Con. But it's thickly accented. What do you play, Evan?
This would be another one of his own. And it would start off extremely brash and intense, like fiery almost. And then that would roll into, I guess, more of a steady rhythm. And then it would fall into like a really sweet melody towards the end of it.
Okay, roll your charisma and your performance plus your specialty.
That is 8.
Okay, at the end of the piece, he nods. Again, no clapping. Everyone else claps. Constance is like quick, like punching of his hands together and is like, great! Can we get some razor sheep in the house, please? And then Lysander makes a motion. May I?
Would you allow me to play one more piece for you?
He just nods.
This is about love and loss. And then he just turned towards the piano and start playing again. This one wouldn't start off as intense and fiery as the last one. It'd be more of a kind of Neanderan into... It'd be kind of like Neanderan, like you're finding your way along a stream, so to speak, or like a pathway. And then it would convey like coming out into the open and seeing what you're looking for. And then realizing that you're where you need to be. And then from there, it would become a cacophony. Like a sudden loss. Like the rhythm just shatters. And then it would, again, trail off, except for everything would be dissident. And then just fading on a final note.
I love the description. Go ahead and roll.
That is 10 this time.
Okay. Okay. You finally beat his DC, which is insane. And he looks at you when he opens his eyes. And he gives you a slight bow. No clapping. But you think that is the most praise he's ever given anyone. And then he leaves the stage, pulls out some papers. You can see Jenny in the corner, like, shaking her fist, like, eee! Lysander begins to sign. Then he stands and he comes over to Jenny and he hands her the envelope. And he sits over at the bar. And he begins to call someone. And then Constance Sandins is just clapping. Great! What a good time. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. We'll be in contact.
Oh, did you not want to hear me play the cello?
I think we could have a break on the classical stuff for the most part. And when he stutters, his face kind of twitches a little.
You can play metal with a cello.
His eye twitches. Sure! Let's bring out my best boy. And the punk steps out. And he's got his guitar that he immediately, like, riffs on. Roll your performance and charisma. But, Razor he's talented. It's raw. It's sorrow, it's pain, it's rage, all thrown in a storm His screaming starts really low and then reaches high soprano notes. And he sings in French. So, and Constance kind of has a little head bob, but it looks absolutely mechanical. The lights start flickering a little bit as the stagehands put on a mini metal show. Constance actually like has keychain light sticks that he pulls off of a wallet, and he starts like jamming with those, and it's strange, to say the least. Zahara watches him passively. Lysander watches from the bar while he's on the phone. What'd you get?
A messy 11.
It's impressive. With that, you do 4 songs with Razor. And then Constance, feeling emboldened, says, "Why don't you stay up there while the quartet plays? And then all 5 of you can really bring down the house." And all the ballet-looking individuals come on. Cellos, flute, percussion. And you are made to play 4 more songs. Roll a performance and charisma with your specialty.
That is 4.
You do annoy the quartet a little bit. It's hard to time with them, as if they're like purposely trying to leave you behind. But a 4 is still decent. To all of the mortals, it is best of the best, top of the line. Lysander is frowning deeply and actually turns away from the performance, completely uninterested. And then on the second song, he leaves. He doesn't come back again until it's over. But you have been playing for at least an hour at this point. Between setup and actual playtime, it's probably been an hour and a half. And you can feel the prickling that daylight is coming soon.
So I guess after the set's done with the quartet, he would just pack his cello, assuming that he switched to that, and then make sure to go get Delta.
She is not sitting where you left her. But you're not alone long. Jenny comes up to you and is like, "Oh, we got one of them to sign. Thank you. It was amazing. You did great. What's wrong? Why don't you look happy?"
I mean, those quartet people are assholes.
Really? You all sounded great together.
It's a musician thing. Have you seen Dell?
Oh, the redhead?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's talking to the guy, to Mr. Fay.
Oh. Where are they talking at?
Oh, they're out in the parking lot.
Oh, I'll be back in a minute.
Do you want to take your cello?
Yeah, I'll come grab it in a minute.
You head off to the parking lot?
Yeah, he'd immediately head off to the parking lot.
Okay. As you get there, you hear... Look, she's not scratched. And I filled your gas tank. And Lysander is just looking at her, and he's got, you think, ghouls. She's in handcuffs, and as soon as she sees you, she's like, "Evan! That's my boyfriend." And Lysander's eyebrow twitches as he turns to look at you. The car... Man, your first thought is, that's Daniel's special. Something fast and sleek. She's also wearing another jacket that you don't know where she got. But yeah, she's like, "Hey! Why don't you tell the nice man to let me go?"
What did you do this time?
I didn't do anything. Nothing.
He gives her the over the glasses look.
She said she was valet and took the vehicle for a joyride.
So the keys were handed over willingly without confirming who she was?
Lysander's jaw ticks, and Delta's just grinning. And the ghoul to her left looks very guilty, and Lysander looks super pissed.
I mean, by no means am I saying what she did was right. That's wrong. But since when would this place have a valet?
Lysander looks at the ghoul, and the ghoul, like, winces. And he makes one motion, and she's uncuffed, and she's like, rubs her wrists. And she's got some jewelry on her fingers that she didn't before. And she slides next to you. I did actually put gas in it, so gives him a thumbs up.
He's looking at Lysander. Is the vehicle okay?
He just nods.
Is everything accounted for inside?
He nods.
Can I have those cuffs?
He glares at you.
I just want to make sure she doesn't go anywhere else.
Delta's face is like, what the fuck? But Lysander does not hand them over. He says, your performance impressed me. And then he looks at Delta like a very disappointed father, which causes her to sort of shrink in on herself. And then he motions for his ghouls. One to leave and the other to get in the car and take it elsewhere. And then without so much as a goodbye, just a simple, slight, polite bow, he steps away. And Delta punches your arm. I thought you were going to get the handcuffs or something kinky.
And I never said I wasn't.
Mm-hmm. And then she marches back towards the green room.
He'd make sure to grab her hand and then walk with her to it. He's very clearly not happy with what she did, though.
What? Come on.
Do you know who that is?
Not yet, but I'll have a pretty good idea in like an hour.
No, you'll find out in a few minutes.
What?
Yeah, we're going to talk about this.
She just frowns. What do you... And we're going to meanwhile right there. Malcolm.
Yes.
What's an awareness, please? And the coterie that is out on the grounds, Daniel, Jihoon, Noah, I need you to roll a wits and awareness. If you have heightened senses or aspects, you'll want to add 1 dice for that as well.
Malcolm rolled a 7.
Nice. So as Malcolm, you are ascending the stairs, everything feels like it's suddenly vibrating with tension, like the air is crackling with power. And there is this goose flesh sensation that causes the little critter in your hand to hiss. And all of his hairs stand on end, fluffing up. And then he suddenly gets a little heavier, and his body contorts. And then there, on the landing, the raccoon shifts with a pop into regular Kappa.
I think Malcolm would kind of like panic a little bit with the popping because he's been holding Kappa, and so suddenly he has an armful of, actual Kappa and not just raccoon Kappa. And he'd like quickly try and like set him down without like dropping him. What's going on?
The minute you set him down, he like sidles up to somewhere to hide and kind of holds his breath and holds his finger to his mouth. And the door opens that he's pressed like on the other side of. And you are staring face to face with a pleasant looking man, the one with the round glasses. And there happens to be a beam of moonlight through the curtains that brush against his flesh, causing it to look waxy. And he grins.
You must be Malcolm.
And you must be Octavian's guest.
Call me
I'm afraid I
Sigmund,
have to-
young
Sigmund.
prince.
I'm sure it's an honor to meet you.
And you see Kappa is just right on the other side of that door. Just holding his breath. Raccoon
I think
ears
Malcolm-
flat, and you can see the little bushy tail. He's holding on to it because it's trembling.
Malcolm is very specifically not looking at where Kappa is. His attention is fully on Sigmund.
Roll a manipulation and a subterfuge.
Ooh, that's another 7. I got a crit on that one.
Okay. You hold Sigmund's gaze, which is very uncomfortable. Lady Madeline is one thing. This is a whole different kind of thing. This is something else in the dark. You want to say he's Kindred? You really do. But he's not like any Kindred you've ever met.
Please, come inside. We just returned from our walk, and Octavian had to step out again. But I have a few questions for you.
Of course.
And then he
Malcolm
stops
will-
and he sniffs.
Do you have pets in the manor?
And you see Kappa, a bead of sweat drop down his cheek, funneling down the vein in his neck that is just fluttering.
Yes, I believe I left it with my siblings while I was eating.
Ah. And then he motions for you to come inside. And he
And
turns.
Malcolm follows.
Do you close the door behind you?
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
as you close the door, you turn to close it. In between the crack on the wall, the door frame, and the door, you see that silver eye of Kappa. So he's just looking at you looking at him, and then you're shut in with the monster.
I think if Malcolm could do it discreetly, he will mouth without saying to Kappa, hide. And then close the door.
Okay. The minute the door is closed, you smell blood. And it makes you recoil ever so slightly. And Sigmund has dumped out from a flask blood and he's drawn on the floor. And then he holds his palm out and a glowing red light that reminds you of things Ji-hoon has done, but so much more refined. The room begins to drip red, and you know it is in your mind. But the spell, no less, has already been cast.
There we go.
And he straightens and licks his fingers, and his tongue is forked.
No more disturbances. I am here to offer you an alliance, young prince. Word on the grapevine is you are dissatisfied with the current Baron's rule.
Malcolm is immediately on edge.
You will need powerful allies.
And he grins.
That is all.
And he holds out a card.
My number.
Malcolm will step forward to take it.
My name. I have big plans for Mass. Big plans indeed. And I would hate for anything to happen to you. Or to your loved ones.
I appreciate that. I would have expected you to be more in league with Octavian.
The youth. Always so quick.
And then he bends
He's
down
been-
and he touches the symbol. And I need you to roll a wits and awareness. You don't have sense the unseen, correct?
I do not.
Okay. So I just need
Which
you to
is-
roll it.
Continuing to be the bane of my existence. 1, 2, 3, 4 on that one.
Okay. The way he's looking at the layout suggests something. With a 4, it's a map. I'll just give it to you. It's a fucking map. And the harder you look at it, the more you think it might be the grounds. And the 3 kindred that are waiting just outside the fence line. Which of you, I think 2 of you have sensed the unseen, right? And Noah has enhanced, or no?
Daniel has both sense the unseen and height senses.
You can only use
Same
one.
with Ji-hoon.
You can only use one.
I don't have any of the things.
Okay, so that's fine. You'll pick something. You'll get something different. Okay, Ji-hoon. Then I will start with Ji-hoon. You hear a wolf yelp, but you don't recognize who it is. It is whispered through the trees, coming at you. A wicked sound. There is slithering. Other than the yelp, something moving, and a scent on the air that is sweat and fur and blood. Daniel, the gate ripples. You watch it shimmer, and then you watch the bolts at the very top of the iron wrought begin to bleed. Someone is watching. Someone with very powerful magic. That's what you two get with your rolls. Oh, for chat, Jihoon rolled a 6, and Daniel rolled an 8, and Noah with your 5.
Yeah.
You smell a kindred. And then you spot a kindred with a flashlight. Young man, trailing behind him a young woman. And you can hear their conversation. They're talking about finding Steve's family. And they aren't far. But you don't think they've seen you yet. While this is happening, in the manor, in the map of blood, you see 3 individuals. Each one a rabbit. And Sigmund then looks up at you. And he smiles.
Seems like Octavian has company.
I don't know if I can just assume this or not. Looking at the map, based on where they are, could Malcolm assume that that's the coterie?
Intelligence and insight.
What is my intelligence? And where the hell is my insight? Okay. Yeah, not the worst. That is 3.
3? Yeah. Yeah. You think that's the gate, and you think that's where they're hiding.
Okay. Malcolm, his lip kind of curls a little. They are friends of mine. I'm auditioning members of a coterie.
Ah. Testing their loyalties.
Ours is not a world where surrounding yourself by mediocrity is rewarded.
I agree. Which is why I am coming to you. So brazenly.
Any plans I have to speed up Octavian's plans of retirement are slow in progressing. We are creatures that have time on our side.
Indeed. However, the cosmos, that is the world, the celestial events in the sky, we can't control those. So what I am offering you, in 1 year's time, will be up.
And then he rolls up the rug, which you see is not actually Octavian's rug, but you do see that there are hairs in the blood. There is a tooth that you didn't pick up on before. You just thought it was chunky, maybe a little bit congealed blood.
Ew.
He rolls it all up, and he slides it into a leather bag. And the visual of the blood around the room slowly begins to fade, the effects dropping away.
I won't keep you waiting that long. I appreciate your offer and your confidence.
He's just smiling at you.
I believe you will make the right choice. After all, in order to keep a world afloat, in balance, there always needs to be a monster.
Monsters to hunt monsters.
He pats your shoulder. Almost like what you just said is cute. And then he walks to the door and opens it. And there is a flushed Octavian, hair a little tousled. He's roused the blood, and hello. Sorry. Apologies for being so late. And Sigmund says, no apology necessary, your Baron. And they exchange pleasantries. And then Sigmund says he's growing tired and weary, and asks the Baron if he's selected any of his choice vessels. And the Baron, not wanting to be rude, takes at least 2. And you can assume, Malcolm, that they are the young girls. And then Sigmund says, well and good. I will take the others. And then Octavian mentions the one that jumped. And you're like, oh my god, that was real. And Sigmund just says, sometimes death is sweeter than life. And he says no more, beyond a pleasant farewell to the both of you.
Malcolm would just kind of nod in acknowledgement, like wish him well for the evening.
As soon as he's gone, Octavian frowns and turns to you. And his gaze is hot and searing. But before he speaks, the other 3 coterie members, what do you 3 do?
Very quietly. Like, we need to hide. There's some people over there. We need to hide, like, right now.
Shit, Daniel. Sigma's still in the car, right?
He went to go park the car.
Where Sigma is, you're not sure. He's sort of...
That's fine, as long as the car is not in an easy, oh shit, look, a car.
Yeah, he's hidden.
We are on the outside of the gate currently.
Yes.
Decisions. I think Daniel might try to climb the gate. Before he does, though, he'll look at Jihoon and say, "Don't suppose you have any skill in climbing at all?"
Are you actually suggesting just climbing over the gate rather than hiding? You want me to climb? I'm sorry, what? Are you insane?
Rather not answer that question.
Okay, clearly. What do you want me to do?
Knowing the fact that even though if he knows that someone is watching them, Daniel is gonna pull the Jihoon into the shrubbery and get him down because
What the fuck are you what are you touching me for? Get your hands off me.
stop
What do you
talking.
want? Just duck.
He's pulling Jihoon down to duck underneath the shrub, but he's also warned, like, the way he says it to you, Jihoon, is not like he's being a dick about it. He's like, if you don't stop talking, shit is going to get really bad really fast.
Jihoon is definitely pouting and has his arms crossed over his like he's literally pouting, like that little emoji that you see, that's his face right now.
Daniel literally gives you like Daniel looks at you and literally just his eyes say screw me later when we're not in immediate danger.
Okay, roll a dexterity and a stealth.
I have sunk into the shrubbery and I'm using Cloak of Shadows.
Okay, go ahead and add a +1 to your dice pool for that.
Okay.
Dexterity and stealth.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. That's actually a pretty big dice pool. Let's see. That die.
Okay. Let's see. All of you duck down, and you hear a like, and right up to the fence line, this really handsome Kindred, and then the girl behind him, and she's holding like a bag of something. She just says, "I think Malcolm was lying. I don't think he actually found the raccoon out here." And the other guy says, "I believe him. I mean, there's no way. There's got to be other Steves. I mean, let's try the other side. We've already walked all of this." And then the two of them stop, and the girl says, "Did you hear that?" And he's like, "We don't have wolves on the property, do we?" "Ah, it's probably a coyote." "Yeah, but we don't have those either, right?" And she shrugs. I mean, you don't hear that, but glancing from your hiding position, you can kind of make them out. And the two of them are a little uncomfortable about wild animals, which is hilarious because they're fucking kindred. "I think we should go back. I mean, safer closer to the house, right?" And the guy like waves the flashlight. "What are you, scared of little coyote?" "No, they just could have rabies." "I don't even think we can die from rabies." "I don't really care. Don't want to be bit. I'm going back." And she pulls out her phone and goes to call someone, and she's like, "Great. Straight to fucking voicemail. You think he's gonna die? You think, head of household is gonna squash our, crowned prince into nothing? Well, if he does," and as they leave, their voices trail off, but you catch the very end of their conversation. The male Kindred says, "If he does, and Mal's no longer the crown prince, I definitely don't want it." And then they just meander back up the lane. And the guy starts again, and she's like, "Stop! What if you call the coyote?" And then they're gone. And it's just the three of you.
Daniel, after the mention that they heard a wolf or something, Daniel kind of looks to Jihoon like, "Did you hear a wolf?"
Yeah. I only heard them.
You didn't hear that?
No, my senses were focused elsewhere.
The gates are still bleeding, but less.
Someone knows we're here.
You don't say. I mean, we're kind of... Do you know where we are? You know
Daniel
our
is like,
friend, Malcolm? The bitch boy prince? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, just a whole lot of people here we don't want to run into, I'm imagining. Yeah.
Can we leave yet?
No, Kappa's still in there, and so is Zeta.
yeah, the option to leave kind of went out the window for me as soon as Zeta decided to.
Oh, good. So let's
Go
risk
check on
all
Cap.
of our lives then. Well, unlives, whatever. I don't...
Look, if you want to leave, Jihoon...
I don't want to leave. I just don't want everyone else.
That's why we're waiting.
We're hiding in a
lying
bush.
in wait. Correct.
Lying in wait in a fucking bush.
We're lying in wait in the manor? What do
We
you
can
want?
do something.
What can we do? I would love to do something.
So would
But
I.
I don't know what we're gonna do in this
I
situation.
mean, I'm not very good at an in-person kind of thing, but I'm sure there's something I can do. I can cause some kind of distraction. I'm sure this fucking place has some kind of security system. Let me do something. Let me cause a little bit of trouble and see if we can get them all. You know, just get them out. Just let me try. Something. Sitting here doing nothing isn't helping anybody.
No,
You don't look like you're gonna lose your mind. Daniel looks mental. We don't know where Sigma went.
He went to park the car. He'll find us soon.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sure.
where is he?
It hasn't been that long.
And still, where is he taking the car? The point is, sitting here doing nothing isn't helping anybody.
I get that. We're just fucking waiting for Malcolm.
Waiting isn't
doing
good
his
enough.
Shit.
I'm not good at sitting down and doing nothing, okay?
Yeah, neither am I. That's why I'm on edge. I get
Then
it.
just-
If you
Let me
can
just-
do something, sure. I'm just worried about the repercussions hurting the people we care about inside.
I'm not gonna hurt anybody.
No, I'm worried about them getting hurt because of whatever happens. That's all. I'm just worried.
I could just
You
turn
said-
on some like fire alarms or something. I don't know.
You said the gates are still bleeding, DM,
Yeah. Yep.
so the power is still active, whatever it is.
Yeah, the discipline, whatever's being used, but it's starting to lessen, to dry out.
Why does your face look like that, Daniel? What are you seeing?
Look towards the top of the front gate.
What
Right
do you
at the
see?
tip. Dried blood.
As he describes it, Jihoon, you feel a familiar feeling. It starts tingling in your heels and works its way up your calves and thighs, and then spreads out all throughout your body until your palms are tingling, and you remember cutting them and using your powers, and you see, just like your powers, blood sorcery.
Seem familiar? That's
It's
how
like
someone.
Ethan's recovering from a chill.
Yeah, that's how someone was watching us just now
Yeah.
on a much grander scale.
Yeah, so even of us hiding in this bush, pretty sure somebody knows we're here.
Doesn't necessarily mean we need to make the situation worse. I'm just.
Did I
I'm
say
just
it was
trying.
gonna make it worse? Do you literally have that little faith in what I can do?
No, I just think we have little faith in what Malcolm is trying to do. He's just trying to get his shit done and come out, and it'll be fine.
And if somebody is in there who's using that kind of power, I don't think you understand, Noah.
You're right. I fucking don't, because you know what I do? I punch shit. That's it. It's all I'm good for. It's all I've got. I can't do any of this magic hoodoo shit. I can't even see the shit you guys see.
I don't think you want to.
What time
Have
is it,
faith in
DM?
you. Just be careful.
It's after midnight at this point.
Just be careful.
Just... Can you let me just try something?
Yeah. Whatever. Go ahead. Like I said.
I don't want to put anyone's life in danger, but us sitting out here, and if somebody knows we're here and they're using that kind of blood sorcery, Listen, I don't know much about my kind. Whatever that means,
No one's stopping you if you want to try to use that power, Jihun. Hell, you're not wrong. There aren't many options for us here, and it isn't going to put some kind of risk on ourselves or on those already inside. Your choice might be the best of a bad hand that we've got. Just don't. I don't have that kind of power, so I can't really guide you as much as I would like.
I'm not talking about kindred powers, dude. I've got a brain, you know? Little clickety-clack, little computer magic, I guess.
To Daniel, it's like, it gives you like a sad smile, like he remembers that you're very young and you haven't yet to see just what kind of real horrors lie out in the world of darkness. But go ahead, use that brain. I just think it goes without saying, both of us, to be very careful.
Jihoon's got his little bag and he pulls out his computer. And he's got 2 sticks. He sticks them in the USB slots. And he starts, like, it kind of moves a little bit away from you, Daniel, still in the bush, but then he kind of like sits cross-legged on the ground, puts his computer in his lap, and he just starts clicking away.
You watch him. I'm gonna go keep watch.
Daniel nods at Noah.
Okay. As you are attempting, I need you to roll your intelligence and your technology.
Because it's cybersecurity and hacking, do I get an extra buff?
Yep, you get an extra die for your specialty.
Okay.
And then I'll have you hold on to that, and I slide
Okay.
back to Malcolm. It is just you and Octavian now. And he is glaring.
I think because they're alone, Malcolm would have taken a second to try and like tuck the card away from Sigmund before Octavian was in the room. Since they're alone, there's almost like a shift in Malcolm and how he is holding himself. With Sigmund, he was put together. He was the heir apparent. Here, he doesn't quite flinch, but he does. His shoulders kind of round, and he drops his gaze from Octavian's glare. His jaw kind of clenches, and he doesn't say anything. He's just waiting.
You can tell that he's watching you, trying to divest your intentions.
Davida said you wanted to see me. Here I am.
Malcolm, you know I care for you, right?
Yes, of course.
That I think of you as my own son.
He flinches, but he nods.
That you are my son. And you know that I think of Lainey and your mother as my own to protect.
And I appreciate that.
And all of these years, I have kept Omega safe for you. You know that,
Yeah.
right?
And he closes the distance and puts a hand on the back of your neck.
Malcolm's head kind of like dips forward to allow for it, and he nods as much as he can with Octavian's hand on his neck.
Good. Good. I'm glad that you recognize all that I have helped you with, helped you achieve, and saved you from, my boy. After all,
And
it is almost as impossible as walking out in the day to convince someone like Magnus into an alliance.
I know, and I owe you everything. I know I do.
Well, I just can't help but hear from a little birdie curious things, Malcolm. Very curious things.
Whatever you've heard, I'm sure has only meant to sow distrust between us.
Oh, well, I've never known Max for lying.
And he lets you go.
But we won't be needing his services any longer. At least, you won't. And then he sits down in his chair. And he frowns. Tell me the truth.
About?
Max, did he actually come to you and suggest escaping his predicament? Because his thoughts tell quite a lucid, liquidy, delicious tale.
I'm trying to remember if... Was that the conversation that we had in the car?
Yeah, kinda.
Okay.
The intent was there.
Got it. Malcolm frowns a little. He may have mentioned something along those lines. Being unsatisfied with his service to the house. He's willful. But he has been of use, hasn't he?
Oh, incredibly so. Especially as a cleaner. He's very talented that way. But I have a vested interest in furthering our family, our power, our reach. And I need all of us to be exactly where we are on the crown. If all of us were jewels, I need us all in our place, to sparkle brightly, to pose a united front. There are things happening, Malcolm. Powerful individuals flocking to mass to attempt the impossible.
How do you mean?
Do you look at him?
Yeah, at that he raises his eyes to look at Octavian.
Roll a wits and insight.
Okay. One, two, three. It's only a 4.
You see real vulnerability on his face. And exhaustion.
There are powerful kindred seeking a power that is beyond comprehension for most. It is rumored that a member of the Giovanni family has achieved return from final death. Though I have not witnessed myself, it is talk amongst us prince and baron.
When was this?
During a very particular cycle. Sort of Tremere things. You know, moons aligning, stars glowing, things in the cosmos.
And he stands up from his chair and he leans forward.
If you want me to keep Omega alive, because the rituals will require a vast amount of blood from a child of the moon, then I need you in my corner. Do I make myself clear? Malcolm Bucalati.
Did I say last name wrong?
Bucciolati. I've been saying it. Yeah, Bucciolati.
Bucalati.
Malcolm nods. I understand.
Good. I've put a lot on the line for you, boy. For this whole family. I've laid myself as bare as our kind can allow with each of my childers. And I expect you to make this family win together. The boat goes nowhere unless everyone that can row is rowing. Otherwise, we're all up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. And I, for one, do not want to be in mass roughly a year from now, unless I know you're at my back with the rest of your family.
Everything I do is for the family.
Good.
Octavian.
I am glad. Thank you for the reassurance. Max is and will be punished, since clearly you do not think the same he does. I haven't decided if I should let him die. I don't know. But I'll think of something suitable.
He has been of use to me in handling some personal affairs.
Octavian grins. I think you're failing to understand the severity. If I fall, do you know what happens in a domino effect to our family? You've seen it. It's a game of favors. It's a chess board with thousands of players. And you have to be one step above them all. What do you think will happen to Ciro if I'm removed? Kavita? The others? You think they'll be safe? You think their touchstones will be safe? Heavy is the scepter and the sword, my son. And for a ghoul, part pest, to even let utterance past his lips of our house's downfall through tipping my crown. You think I just can't let it slide, Malcolm? I can't.
I wouldn't suggest that, Octavian. But death would be a reward for him.
You're right. Perhaps I should simply take another family member of his.
I can't imagine he has many of those left.
No. And when eventually you wear the crown, you'll understand. There is one member of his family that is to be kept alive at all costs. It's a part of the deal. He's a crafty little shit. And then Octavian sits, kind of exasperated. What would you do in my shoes?
If his actions, his behaviors, result in the breaking of the deal, then so too do the protections of his family. I don't think it would hurt to remind him of what's at stake.
Visceral reminder. Ah, I hate threatening children. It's beneath me.
You could always send Demetria to do the job.
Ugh. It's unsavory.
And he, like, paces around for a moment.
Well.
And then he waves his finger. Ah.
Forgive my haste. Too fickle is my temper of late. I know what I'll do. And he taps his temple. I'll give him a fun ride. He does so much enjoy it.
And then he goes to leave, but before he leaves, he stops and he turns.
You will no longer be using Maddox. Period, Malcolm.
Of course.
Good.
And Octavian opens the door and steps out and he pauses. Ah.
I got a phone call from your sister.
Yes.
You're allowed to keep the raccoon.
And then he steps out into the hall. And then he comes back a minute later.
I also forgot.
And he hands you a pamphlet. And then what
Okay.
looks like a essay.
Takes it with a frown and looks it over.
She won a scholarship based on her writing. I thought you'd want to know, if from a distance.
And then Octavian actually leaves. And you look at this pamphlet and essay that your sister has written.
In the room alone, Malcolm is looking down at this essay, this writing, and he smiles a little, and it's soft, and almost reverently folds it up and puts it into his pocket for later. He looks around the room. Sniffs. There's a moment where his eyes well up. But he sniffs and forces it back.
Okay. Roll a wits and awareness for me.
Sure. That's a 7.
In the pamphlet, it's a high school newspaper, and you see 3 girls, arms over each other.
Oh, Malcolm wasn't there.
Then you only recognize Lainey. But were the audience to see this, if it was playing like a
She
movie,
also looks very much like Ji-hoon, so
You
it'd be
see-
it's really weird.
you see little female Ji-hoon, big round glasses, same kind of style. Actually, she's wearing a really cute style right now. And then a third girl in their little trio, and they are all grinning. The 3 of them all won. It's like the Bright Star Scholarship. 1 for computer science and math, 1 for art and musical theater, and then Lainey for her writing, her poetry, and her essays.
The smile on his face is certainly wider as he kind of looks over the pamphlet. There's just a sense of he is so proud, but it is tinged with he can't be there to see it, to see who she's become since he died all those years ago. And he folds it up and puts himself together before leaving Octavian's office.
Where do you go?
He's going to look for Kappa.
Okay. You hear not far, down by the bar. Even though it does nothing for him, Octavian is drinking, and Demetria is kind of fawning over him. And when she looks at you, she rolls her eyes and then continues fawning. With
Very much fucking the child of the family. Malcolm just kind of gives her the dirtiest, most obnoxious little kid look on his face.
Yeah, she ignores you, but does give you a shoo, go away, trash. As Octavian is pouring himself a drink and talking. Wits and awareness, please.
4.
4 successes?
Yes.
He's lamenting about Maddox, and then he says something about if Maddox is able to convince anyone. I just would hate. I would hate the previous senator to even know what's become of him. And Demetria is like, Octavian, you don't need to worry about a thing. The ex-senator's taken care of. His family's taken care of. And you are going to punish Max appropriately. A ghoul shouldn't be allowed to step out of the box. And Max kind of gives her a look. And he says, still, with his release date coming, I'm all a mess. I need something. Someone. Maybe we should have a family dinner. Maybe we should go to the lake. Do some fishing. Some kind of family activity. I think that would be very good for us. And she says we could all try bowling again. Last time, Kavita threw the bowling ball. And there's a lot of damages, and I'll figure something else out. Thank you, my love. And he pats her arm. Maybe we should go camping. Get a cabin, go skiing. That could be fun. We could all get matching ski sets. That could be fun. Sorry, go
Just like hearing this conversation, Malcolm's absolutely making faces at like the suggestion of family events. Like,
Yeah.
we can't do bowling again.
That is exactly what when dad gets stressed, it's the family needs to be together.
Then he's gonna keep looking for Kappa.
Investigation and intelligence.
That is a 2.
You wander around the manor and do not find him.
You couldn't have gone far.
How long do you look?
I think he would do like a full circuit of the church before going outside
Okay.
to meet with the other coterie.
Roll it one more time.
Okay. 3 that time.
I'm gonna send you a message first.
Oh, I hate it. It's stressing me out.
Okay. You got a 3?
Yes.
Okay, we pause for just a moment. Jihoon, what did you get on your technology roll?
10 successes.
10? Damn. All right. 2 things happen while you're clicking away. First, you get a text message which has a series of dashes, numbers, letters, etc. And it doesn't take you long to recognize the virtual phone on a VPN that sent you the text message. And you grin. Because immediately after, you get sent a raccoon emoji. And so you plug it in. And with Kappa's help, you're in. And then a video turns on, and Kappa's standing there. His nose is definitely broken and a little bloody, and his lip is split. And he is staring at the camera, which is very likely attached to a laptop. He's not in a familiar place at all. It literally looks like a cigar lounge that he's in, probably someone's office. And he says, June,
What the hell happened to your face?
can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. You look like shit. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hold on a second. Noah,
What?
come here.
Go back over.
There, happy? He's fine.
What? Who the fuck did that?
Look, okay, hold on. Okay,
My killer bitch!
I have things to do, Noah, so just sit down and you can look at him and you can talk about how beautiful he is and whatever after we finish our work, okay?
Stop making fun of me.
Watch
Do
your
your
boy
shit.
work. Shh. All right, what's up?
I don't have a lot of time. And he glances behind him. And then he kind of moves the camera and you see a ghoul that's like has Kappa's socks in his mouth and like has been tied to a chair with like
That is
extension cords.
disgusting. Are those your socks?
And he looks down. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh. Okay, let's get this over with.
I don't know how to get out and I don't know where Malcolm is. And I'm worried about Zeta.
Okay, why aren't you with Malcolm?
We got separated. And then he fills you in on the whole story.
Okay, well,
He
first
just
off, we need a
he just
map
looks
of
like
the
a
house.
kid. Like he looks so uncomfortable with like the violence and like he's definitely showing his 19 years of life right here.
Okay, do you want me to guide you out of the house?
Yeah. I think mostly I just
Okay.
want you to make sure you can find Zeta. She sent out a call. You wouldn't be able to hear
call?
it because
Was it? No, I heard a wolf. Was that her?
I don't know. It's
Well, it
not
wasn't pretty.
I think she's
It's like a
injured, but I don't
Oh,
think it's bad.
Is that what the wine was?
It's hard to
Daniel,
describe.
you're
It's hard to describe. Probably, yeah. It's hard to describe. I just need you to see. Now that you're in the system, I can't do it from
Yeah.
this computer, but now that you're in, I just need you to look. I need you to look at the security cameras and see if you can find her. They also
Okay,
keep
well-
people in a secret prison in the fucking basement. And if she was caught, she might be there, but I don't think she was caught.
Okay, well, let me check the cameras. Let me get you a map. What do you have with you? You have your phone?
He pulls out the phone and it's all busted.
Oh, shit.
It's okay. And he puts it back in his pocket. I found
What?
this, and he pulls out like a butcher knife and then just puts it away awkwardly.
Do you have your watch with you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna send you a map to your watch. All right? It'll tell you where you are, and it'll show you the exits. It's like got like a little arrow on it. You know, as if you were playing Pac-Man and you're trying to find the exit and you're trying to avoid the.
Got
you know
it.
what I'm talking about, right? Okay. Let me just. And you just hear Ji-hoon start clicking away in the background. He's like, just follow these directions, okay? Okay, you're the flashing yellow light. That's you, all right?
He looks down at his watch that's all busted as well.
And you can
for
see
fuck's sake.
his hand is so swollen and purple. It just stands out against his very pale little hands. Okay. See it?
Okay, okay, you're the flashing yellow light. Let me just check in security cameras here. Give me like 3 seconds.
Go ahead and roll
And he's just
another
typing in.
technology and intelligence with your extra.
Sure.
He said Zeta put out a call. Would Sigma heard it?
Yeah. Probably.
That's 7 successes.
Okay. He is having a hard time looking at Noah, and then he just mutters like, "Sorry."
Just don't worry about anything. Let's just focus on this, okay?
He blinks
gonna
and like
get-
swipe. He has to turn around and swipes at his face. He's pretty emotional, and then turns back around. And then he picks up the laptop.
I don't know how much battery this thing's gonna have, but
Don't worry about it. I'll find Zeta. I'll find Sigma, and yeah, we'll just get you out of there. And you and I, like Ji-hoon kind of looks at Noah. You and your boyfriend can do whatever you do. Okay, just I need 3 seconds of silence. Okay, and he's like, and he looks at Daniel, and he looks at Noah, and he's like, could you just stop staring?
Daniel's
Please.
not staring. He
Okay,
is.
well, he doesn't care if you're not staring. You're just in his zone, and he just wants you to go away. I need some space, okay? I need like 5 seconds of space. So just go. Yeah, okay?
I give him like 5 feet.
Whatever. Okay. And he's gonna type away. He's typing. He's trying to get into the
Right.
security
With a
system.
7, you like there's like 1,000 cameras.
Fuck.
Yeah, everything is cameraed. And infrared. And you are typing and looking, sending prompts that the program and the AI then like look for, like fast movement, wolf, coyote, dog, blah, 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 blah. So you just input all of these different phrases, and one by one, the cameras start like shutting off. They're not technically off, they just are in the background as it's like filtering through the cameras, and it pulls up a couple. You see the 2 Kindred walking in the woods. You see some part of the house. You can see Malcolm walking and like peeking and looking. And finally, I need you to roll a wits and awareness.
Okay.
as you're like skimming as many of these as you can. There, from the 1,000, there's about 25 that are still
Okay.
up on the screen.
That is 5 successes.
Okay. With a 5, you hear Kappa swear, and then Malcolm, you go to open the door, and it's like tied, and you smell blood, Kappa and a ghoul belonging to Octavian, and you finally push the door all the way open, and Kappa's got a butcher knife. His little like sweater vest is wrapped around the other fist.
Oh, it's just you.
And he
You not hide. What did you do?
he puts both away.
Fuck.
He tried to
Okay,
he tried to arrest me. I don't know. He put me. Look, I don't do well when I'm cornered. I just freak out, and I did all of this while I was a raccoon. I have hardly any memory of it, Malcolm. I'm sorry. He's not dead. I checked.
Wait. I don't give a shit about the ghoul. Are you all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. And his eyes are all watery, and it definitely looks like he was crying at one point. I'm good.
Hey, Princeling. I can hear Jihoon on the other side. Princeling,
God. What?
can you get him the fuck out of there, please?
Working on it.
Okay, well, apparently you've got some. Perhaps our companions are hiding in your basement prison. Just so you know.
All right.
I fucking hate your family.
Oh, okay. Kappa, come with me. I'll get you outside, and then I will look. Who else is here?
No, Malcolm, I'm gonna look at the security system, okay? That's what I'm doing right now. You and Kappa just get out of there, okay?
Are there cameras in the dungeon?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Then he nods. All right.
Just get out. There was somebody out here watching us. One of
I know. I know who it was. Don't worry about that. It's taken care of.
they're using the same kind of magic that I
Yes.
have.
I saw.
Okay, well, talk about it when you get out here. Just get him out here and let me do what I gotta do, okay?
Yeah. Come on,
Kappa.
Kappa. Let's get out of here.
Okay. And he hands you the knife.
Takes the knife and
You do
starts leading
see
Kappa out.
there is like a blood stain in a raccoon paw around the handle. It's kind of terrifying to think
It's a
about.
raccoon. Do raccoons have thumbs?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. That's horrifying. All right, let's
And
go.
he like puts his sweater vest on and like tucks his shirt in and like pulls his hair back, but he doesn't have a hair tie anymore, so he just follows behind you.
Noah's gonna be fucking pissed. And he leads the way. He takes like a back route trying to avoid.
You say Noah's gonna be pissed. Kappa's like, I know, I'm such a loser.
What do you? No, he's gonna be pissed at me. I told you to hide and you got hurt.
He just is sad that he's, yeah.
Come on, it's fine. It'll be fine. Come on.
He's
let's just
giving
get out
you
of
like this might have been his first fight ever, other than the fighting over the trash can with Maddox earlier. Like,
here. Let's just get out of here before someone sees us. I can explain Steve. I can't explain a 19-year-old.
Okay.
And he leads
Dex.
the way out.
So this will be your last roll because you gotta. I know you gotta get running, but go ahead and roll a dexterity and a stealth, Malcolm.
Oh, good. What's my dexterity? Dexterity was my stealth. It's not great. It's not great, guys. Oh, but I rolled well. I rolled 3.
Okay,
Well for me.
with a 3. Let me roll and see how distracted Demetria is.
Oh fuck, not Demetria.
Oh boy. You know what? Knighthood. You gave me a reroll. I'm gonna use it.
No! No! Knighthood, how could you do this to me? And fucking Demetria of everyone it has to be for fucking Demetria.
So Cap is following like his little watch, and the two of you are pretty close, keeping quiet. head down, moving swift. And you get to one of the servants' entrances from the kitchens, being like the most like unseen. Because the kitchens aren't really used too much unless like humans are being entertained, ghouls, etc. And Demetria, Kappa says, "Oh shit," and he grabs on to your blazer and sort of pulls you back, and he's hidden. He like easily fits in between the wall and the fridge. Like there's no way you could fit, but he just slides right in. He's so small. And sort of back around behind the fridge.
Great.
And you have a moment to duck, if you wish. But you hear her chuckle, and it sounds like she's on the phone, maybe talking to who knows. But it doesn't sound like whoever she's talking to is physically there with her. But it sounds like she's getting something from the pantry put together.
In that case, can I confirm Kappa is pretty well hidden where he is?
When you look, he is unseen.
Perfect.
He's literally
in that
behind the
case-
industrial fridge. Yeah.
Perfect. As long as he can get back out, it's great.
You don't know if he
Um,
can.
Well,
No idea.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Not Octavian, Jesus. Malcolm won't attempt to hide. He will just be standing in the kitchen, kind of like leaning against
Okay.
the counter, aiming for casual.
She hip opens the pantry, and as soon as she sees you, she frowns. And she just brushes past you, continuing her conversation, as she puts together what seems to be the equivalent of s'mores in a large ice cream bowl. And then whoever she's talking to, she says, "I have to go." And hangs up and slides it between her breasts. The phone slips and vanishes.
Demetria.
Malcolm.
Somebody has a craving?
Don't concern yourself.
You are far down the list of things I concern myself with. My sister.
Funny. Because you're the one falling out of Daddy's graces.
Well, at least one of us has graces to fall from.
I didn't go see someone I was forbidden to. You did.
And how is all that sucking up working out for you, Demetria?
Well, I was just awarded a title. And I don't have to deal with the Nosferatu Primogen, for one.
Deal with or risk embarrassing the family in front of?
She frowns.
He just smiles.
I get to spend time this weekend with the Toreador.
He just raises an eyebrow.
You know,
Does he know what Toreador she's referencing?
Oh yeah, Lysander Fay.
Ah.
He is a very accomplished pianist. In fact, he is considered in the Kindred world and before he died as the best pianist in the world.
Okay. He kind of just smiles. Well, I guess we have to put you somewhere to avoid getting us any unwanted attention.
Because you would embarrass Mr. Fay. And then any backing Daddy would get from him would just flush down the toilet with your turd of a personality.
I'll stick to making our relationships with the Primogens and the princes more solid. You handle the musicians. We'll need entertainment.
Oh, such fun biting words. I really hope you can keep it up. Especially if your werewolf stalker doesn't decide to show up or get himself fucked up playing in Kindred politics.
They'll be fine. And there is a edge of like fang and like a barely there.
Oh, I
growl
certainly
at-
hope so, since you're going to be rubbing shoulders with the most dangerous predators on the planet. It would be a shame if you pissed one off, like you did Daddy. And she finishes crunching the graham, because they're not like Daddy, Malcolm. And they'll take away your favorite toys. And they might not kill them. They might bury them far, far away. Somewhere where it's cold, and the blizzards are the only noise that they hear. The most gentle lullaby is the storms and the hard-to-breathe air in the high mountains, locked away in a pretty little cage. They'll do that. Werewolf or not, brother mine, no one's invincible. And she picks up the bowl and runs her, like, clawed, stilettoed fingers on it. Click, 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 click. Also, I hear you can't find your stupid raccoon, and I hope you never do. In fact, I hope Miss Meow finds your fucking raccoon first. Miss Meow is her cat familiar. That is just kills everything. A little feisty bobcat adjacent pet.
Malcolm smiles, but it's all teeth as Demetria walks
You've
out.
got under her skin and she swore, so you definitely won this one.
Yeah.
She lost her composure.
Better hope you find Miss Mal before I do.
Yeah, touch her and you're fucked. And then she begins to click on her heels away.
He waits until he doesn't hear her before going to the fridge to help pull Kappa out. We need to go. Let's go.
He's like,
Okay, I think I'm a little stuck.
What?
Yeah, can you...
He's gonna try and like
Can you
move the
move
fridge,
the
like
fridge a
pull the
little?
fridge out. Yeah. Try and like yank it out to get him free.
strength and athletics.
Ah, shit. I'm not strong. I'm pretty and I'm politically savvy. I'm not strong. It's a 2.
Okay, with a 2 between you and Kappa, you manage to kind of like shake the industry fridge a bit. And while that's happening, Ji-hoon, you are watching on the cameras the exchange, and Demetria is stepping from the kitchen into a long hallway that is filled with sprinklers.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Ji-hoon gonna have a little bit of fun.
Okay, as
He's gonna put a message that like kind of pops across the screen of Kappa's little watch and says, "Let me put out that fire for you."
Okay, Kappa shows you the watch seconds before you hear the spigots and Demetria just like blood-curdling scream.
Malcolm can't help but laugh.
And she's Malcolm!
Come on, we gotta go. Let's go.
Yeah, you duck through the servant's entrance just as like she comes back with her wet bowl and throws it, but you two are gone. You just hear her screeching.
Sometimes I can be funny, okay? I know I'm a little bit serious, but like, it's fine. Ji-hoon's kind of got like a little bit of a smirk, like it's like a half smirk. And he's
Too
like,
bad she won't melt in it.
he's going to, he's like, okay, I need to check for the other guys, yeah?
At that point, backtracking just a little bit, hearing the conversation between Ji-hoon, Malcolm, and Kappa, what was Daniel's reaction?
It's a bit suppressed because Daniel is the one stuck on lookout and he doesn't want to let his frustrations vent in case, in case he starts getting real pissed off and exposing their location. But it is an increasing level of worry on his end as the time continues to tick and Zeta's still nowhere to be seen. Because now it's becoming a point of, do I go and find her on my own?
You're not
But I can't.
Right.
I can't just leave these two behind. But how long is he willing to wait?
And what would Noah do?
When he was asked to give Ji-hoon space, he probably would have given him the 5 feet and he would have been looking, but then he would have remembered he has a phone and he's going to try and call Sigma and see if he heard Zeta's call. Whether or not he answers, he's hoping if he doesn't answer, that means that he's on his way doing help at Zeta, but he doesn't know. But he's going to try, he would try and call.
How many times would he call if Sigma didn't answer?
He'd probably consistently try for a few minutes.
'Kay.
Like every time it drops into voicemail, he just tries again. Drops into voicemail, tries again.
Okay. Okie dokie. Ji-hoon, roll one last technology and intelligence, please.
Okay. I love technology and intelligence. It's my favorite role, guys. It's the best role. 8 successes.
Okay, you see... Finally, after scoring through the 50 or so cameras, you see the one. Only one in the mausoleum. And what you see is hard to describe because there is so much static in the camera itself. There is a flash of something dark and hairy, and then something like a snake. And that's it. The rest, it's just dark. There's no sound to the camera. So as you see the glass faces of where caskets have been entombed break because of these dark figures fighting, it's a benediction to violence set on the backsplash of a silent black and white film. Is Daniel also watching?
Is there audio being played?
No audio.
No.
He's on lookout.
Okay. Roll a wits and awareness for me while you're on lookout. Ji-hoon, roll wits and awareness as well while you're watching this.
Because I had heightened senses earlier, does that still matter?
Yep, get a +1 with heightened senses on this.
Because I'm gonna also be. I'll use that heightened senses.
Okay, you can add a
Bonus.
+1. So 6 for Ji-hoon. Okay. Okay, a couple things are going to happen in a different timeline. First, Ji-hoon, you're kind of watching in awe a little bit at how violent and fast it is. The only thing that shifts in the black and white is the white fur that joins the fray, and then the ultimate tearing in half of the serpent. But it's hard to see the dark, hairy beast, but you can clearly make out Zeta as the both of them begin to eat the serpent. Only after a few moments, they're not eating, they're just masticating and then ripping until there is nothing left. And once there's nothing left, the two of them look at each other and you watch as they begin to shift, and then the camera and it's just Zeta and Sigma. And Sigma, don't know where his vest is, but he's motioning widely with his little beefy arms.
Is he naked?
No, he's got tiny shorts on.
Okay, just checking.
You actually, when he turns around, you see butt cheeks. He's wearing a thong.
Jesus Christ.
And he's just talking casually. He's barefoot. And then you see Zeta, like, take her beanie off and throw it at him. And he, like, holds it and covers his front. And there's just a little bit of casual in between. And then Zeta...
Sorry, my headphones died. I can't hear anything.
Oh, no. I'll wait to describe it till she's back. So Sigma's motioning a bit wildly, and then Zeta takes her cap off and, like, throws it at him, and he takes it, covers his bits, and then just puts it on his head. And then she... What?
I think as this is happening, Jihoon would try to call Sigma, and he'd also be working to get rid of the footage to cover their shift and to cover what had happened in there.
Go ahead and roll a technology again and your intelligence. And then you see Zeta pull out a lighter and, like, where she got this huge casket of salt, you have no idea. And they salt everything up. They put some lighter fluid in it and burn it. And then you shift the camera that you're watching and you see them come out of the mausoleum. And Sigma comes over to a surprisingly random mailbox in the middle of the forest and opens it and pulls out his clothes. And his phone is ringing. And he looks at it. And he looks around. And Daniel, you hear from Noah's phone a very, very familiar voice. You missed me so much you had to call me. Knew it.
We just wanted to know if you were okay. Like, if you heard Zeta, are you guys okay?
Oh, I'm flattered. Yeah, I'm alright. Glad you're thinking about my safety.
Scrubs his face.
Oh,
Can we all
Okay,
hear him?
are
hold
you
on.
guys coming?
The little Korean kid's calling, and he puts you on hold. Hello?
Looks at Jihoon 5 feet away.
I just in case you didn't know, I can see your butt cheeks.
Yeah, pretty nice. But there's a lot of cameras out here? And he, like, bends down and, like, wiggles his butt, and you're like, oh my god, it's like Gamma all over again. But, like, way worse. He does, like, this spinning move and then a body roll, and oh my god, he's, like, watching water. Yeah, it's pretty good, huh? Woo!
Oh fuck.
I like to call this one the throwback.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, my
Okay,
shoulder hurts a little
I
bit.
just-
Hold on. Noah's on the other line. Hold.
Oh fuck off.
Hey, I'm back.
Noah,
Did
do
you
you
just
just
put-
want to come over here?
Sure. I walk over.
So are you guys not together? Where's Danny?
Put him on speakerphone.
Daniel's here. I put it on speaker.
You know what? I'll just merge the calls. And he merges the calls, and both of your phones start going,
Oh god. Yeah,
I'll just hang
Daniel's on lookout.
oh, Jihoon just hung up. I wonder
I'm
why.
right here, you idiot.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Holy fuck. You are. You know what? No.
Sorry
I'm not
about that.
gonna
I hid the
leave.
car pretty well, and then I heard Zeta and had to go. Anyways, Danny, you hear me?
I don't know how far away he is.
Danny, I'm sure he can hear me. He's got ears of steel. Hey, Danny, Superman.
That
I
doesn't
don't think
make
I can-
any sense.
I don't think I can avoid not hearing this with 10 successes, even if I'm actively moving slowly further and further away due to increasing
Yeah,
worry.
it's like he just gets the perfect, like, loudness that you can still hear him.
Like I said,
But when you realize Daniel, like, somehow not even hearing him move, just you see him from 50 feet away, slowly making his way back to you. Somehow.
Are you alive? Okay, that's a dumb question. Clearly you're alive.
I
Do
mean-
you have clothes?
Yeah, put him on right now. Look. And he pulls on the little shorts that he tries to, like, get over. And he's like, oh, shit. I think my ass cheek is swollen. Zeta,
I am not helping you get dressed.
come on.
No.
Just Can you guys get here quickly so we can fucking leave, please?
Oh yeah, you guys got Cap already?
I've already got him out of the house with, well, I guess
Malcolm
kind of
and
ish.
him are on their way.
Nice. Oh
So hopefully you guys will get here at the same time and then we can all leave.
Yeah,
Please.
yeah, for sure. And then he like puts his vest on, his little shorts, and he's like, "Hey, have you seen my sandals?"
No. You didn't put him in the box with your clothes?
No, I think I kicked them off somewhere. We gotta find those, because if somebody knows... Oh, hey. Actually, if Jihoon, if you could see us, can you already wipe this? Because then I don't
I've
gotta
already
ask
done
Kappa
it.
to do it. Oh, thanks.
Alright.
I owe you...
Yeah.
I owe you some kimbap.
What I'd really like is for you to hurry up because I'm getting really sick
He
of
moseys.
sitting in this bush.
He pauses and like, you know what kind of plant this is? Can you see me still?
My god, Sigma, for real right now.
Sorry. But what about this one? You know what this plant is?
And Zeta's like, Sigma!
Coming. I can't help it. I'm meant for the stage, Zeta.
Stop it, you voyeurist.
I'm into it. I like it. Do you know how many sex tapes I made?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This
Do
is
we,
so-
should we, okay, do we need to stay, I look at June, do we need to stay on the phone? We know they're safe. Should we just wait for,
I mean,
we're near,
just
he'll find us.
did you save my number?
Yeah, I got your number in here. Korean tech kid who sucks gamma. Never mind.
You know, I don't want to know what all of our names are in his phone.
Ooh, I got yours.
Actually.
Here it is.
Nope, shh, nope. I hang up. They'll be fine. They'll find us.
You get a text message.
Oh, God.
It's an eggplant and a wolf face.
Oh, my God.
And as you continue watching them and then deleting, Sigma and Zeta are back and forth talking. And then all at once she stops and like whips and turns to look at him. And again, there's no audio. And she gets really close. And then she starts yelling. And he puts his palms up and takes a step back. And you can see what he's saying. Like, hold on, whoa, calm down, listen. And she pokes him in the chest. And then she shoves him. And then she motions around, like she's pointing at someone not there. And he's shaking his head. She definitely looks like she's getting after him. And what's crazy is he looks genuinely distressed. For Zeta, the quiet one, to be getting after him.
I could hear this yelling. My 10 successes.
You hear it very, very faintly. It's like whisper yelling. A lot of it. So they're not too far from you. They've made good time since Sigma stopped fucking around.
Cool. As soon as I hear it, if it doesn't pull me from the tree line to get to them, I'm going to get to them.
Okay, are you using any disciplines?
Nope, but I am stealthing.
Okay, roll a dexterity and stealth.
Okay, that is 7.
Okay, 7. And you're like up and over the fence?
Oh no, if it takes me out of the tree line to get to them, then no.
Okay, so you'll basically go all the way up to the fence so you can try to hear them and like strain. Make another wits and awareness with an extra +1 from your heightened senses.
That's another 7.
You hear them when they get closer, and you hear Sigma just being like,
Zeta, please just don't fucking tell anybody, okay?
and she says, then stop doing it. If I can smell it, so can they.
It doesn't work that way. They're just little.
Yeah, well, they're gonna need someone if they're just little. And she gets
chin to chin with him. I did not sacrifice everything so that you could fuck your life up. I want us to be together again. And I want Magnus there. He has always been great. And things changed. And we're gonna make them the way that they were again.
Okay, hold on. You said we? Is that what you and fucking Beta were doing? Is that what you were doing when you were gone with Daniel? And then you just vanished? So you lied to me. It's not actually what you said in the first place. Don't bring in my family.
You bring in your family.
No. You fucking listen to me, Z. You don't bring my family into this. When you're the one who's gone out and lied over and over and over again, you could have had a help. You could have told me, and I would have dropped it all.
And what? You would have dropped it all? How? You needed rehab. I wasn't gonna ask you for help.
You're just like Alpha. Two of you just going off on your own. You know what? Gamma 2. Fuck all of you. You think and you believe that you're with this family, but you don't ask for help.
And then he stops. And he makes this pained sound.
And he says, you know what? I needed somebody. And if you had been the somebody that came to me and said we needed to go and we needed to do this, I would have. Z, I would have helped you.
You almost lost control tonight. You can't have that in your system. Sigma. And he just looks away. And he sniffs and he wipes his nose. And they're just tense as you're watching from your hiding place. And finally, Zeta's the one that breaks it. So we all have secrets. Every one of us. Our family's so fucked up. I can't even tell Daniel. And she starts to cry. Sigma hugs her. She hugs him back.
I'm sorry, Z. I fucked everything up.
And she says, I'm sorry too. I just want you to be safe.
I am. I'm always safe.
Daniel can imagine she does not want to tell him, but the problem is he thinks he partially knows. This is gonna suck, but he's gonna cry. He can't hold the tear back.
Okay.
And that tiny droplet of his blood wafts into the wind.
The both of them, not yet scenting the air, Sigma steps back
and says, don't worry, Z. You're gonna find your words. Whatever it is that's haunting you, you're gonna be able to tell him.
And she just says, I can't tell anybody.
You will. We've all got fucked up shit. All of us. You just gotta find the words. That's all.
And then he pauses, and his eyes shoot up, and they land exactly where you're hiding.
Come on.
And he puts his hands around her shoulders and pulls her really close to him, and he's covered in sweat, and you can imagine that he's covering your scent. Jihoon, they arrive moments after you finish deleting the last piece of evidence. Both very live, up and over the fence. Sigma goes first and then positions himself to catch Zeta, only to have her roll her eyes and land with his help, even though she doesn't need it. And that just makes him smile big. And they approach you. And Sigma holds out his palms.
See? Jihan, not naked.
He does a little twirl for you. And then Zeta looks around.
Where's Daniel? She hugs herself. Is he okay?
He's here somewhere.
He was in the bush somewhere.
Thank you.
Iconic snapping branch behind. Daniel makes his way back. He just the branch just snaps behind him.
She sees your face and some of the blood smears, and there is faltering. Like she wants to go to you, but she falters a little bit, and you can tell that she's remembering your potential frenzy. And then she steps forward despite her nervousness. Are you okay?
I think we both know the answer to that one. It's been that way for a very long time.
She just blinks and looks down, nodding quietly, and then glances back at Jihoon. Sigma said you were deleting things. If I had money, I would pay you, but
I don't need money. It's fine.
I'm gonna make sure your house gets fixed, okay? Thank you for helping me and my whole family. No, please, I insist.
I work.
No.
Do you know who I work for?
I do, but...
And it doesn't matter.
It does. I know that you are unfamiliar with woven edicts and the rules and litany, but... And she goes to step forward but stops. And then she looks at Noah. And she looks at Daniel. She looks at Sigma. I know not all of the coterie is here right now, but all I want to say is the trajectory of my pack, my family, my bloodline is completely altered because all of you are here. And I think without you, that we would end up destroying ourselves. And she looks at Sigma. So I owe you on my honor. And she falls to one knee. I will repay these debts. As is tradition, as is the mother's song, is my witness, the moon my guide. You help mine, and I will help yours. And she stands. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's this weird look on his face. It's kind of like a half smile, half frown, half what the fuck.
And then she looks around.
Noah nods, like, good job.
She looks around at all of you and then says, and I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. Sorry, that was weird. Are you okay? Once again, getting that weird half smile, like forced smile face. Like, are you okay?
I'm unharmed. Yeah. As far as the rest, are any of us okay?
Noah shrugs at that. That's a good question.
I mean... And question. Okay, so then Sigma says, Z, there's something Daniel wants to tell you. And he kind of elbows you.
Tell her you're gonna drive her to go see Beta. That'll make her happy. And why you look like shit.
I mean, the moment Zeta actually, turns around, Daniel will wipe the rest of the blood off of his face, remembering the fact that, hey, I kind of need to not have that just lingering, otherwise somebody else is going to catch a whiff of that. Anyways.
Does Jihoon see his face and the blood?
Yep. He wasn't hiding it when he came in. He actually looked like he was not even paying attention to it. Like his face was,
It's like all in his collar.
Everyone smell it?
Probably, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Is there any reaction to smelling it?
Is your hunger at 4 or above?
No, it's at 3.
Okay, then you're not affected. It's just really, really intense and invigorating.
He's gonna pull out a cleaning wipe. It's a
Naturally.
makeup remover. It's a makeup
Naturally.
removing wipe. And he's gonna throw it at you. Hopefully you
Nice.
don't have any skin allergies or sensitivities or something.
Don't think those really apply to us.
It's
Not
to
true.
clean off your face.
I know a
Like-
guy that's allergic to holy water.
I'm just saying.
Wait, most of us are. Never mind.
What?
Daniel, anyways, as he
Sorry.
holds
Oh,
the...
you meant
as he-
as a kindred thing. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, we don't get pimples or anything?
Nah.
our bodies aren't
Fuck.
alive. We don't get ill.
I mean, you said you
I
would
mean-
get ill from eating, so I think you're kind of wrong there. And he pushes up his glasses with his middle finger.
Daniel just... The scary part is Daniel doesn't even give you a reaction. Nothing. Not even a twitch of the eye or anything. As he looks back to Zeta.
And I thought I was serious.
She's awake, Z.
Her eyes sort of light up. And she starts to cry and says, Beta.
And that's when he can't hold back because even despite what he heard, he'll embrace her.
She holds you in return tightly, giving you a squeeze. And what are Noah and Jihoon doing?
I feel like Noah was actually gonna like tug Jihoon away from the moment. Let's wait for the others over here. Come on over here.
Jihoon's gonna look at Noah and he's like, so can I ask a question?
Yeah. I'm a mostly open book.
Okay, well, like, maybe you just know a little bit more about this than I do, and I'm just gonna listen, what do you do when someone makes you, like, I don't know, sad? Like,
someone makes you sad? Did someone make you sad?
No, like, okay, like, this sounds really dumb.
Promise,
reminds
not dumb.
Me of elementary school, and I don't know if maybe you didn't have this, but, like, I tried to be nice to somebody because you told me I should be nice, and they told me they didn't want to be my friend. Yeah, that sounds really dumb.
No.
That sounds so fucking stupid. I'm dumb.
No, you're not dumb. That's not dumb. Like, good for you. But what happened? They didn't reciprocate?
I don't know. They said I couldn't be friends with them, that they were bad, and I don't fucking know. It's like the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Like, I just said, like, we could be friends because we like the same things, and they didn't want to be friends with me. Then I don't know.
Well, I think it kind of depends on the situation. If they say that, but they still seem like they need a friend, then
Well, they seem fucking sad, and I thought I was like, I don't know. They just.
well, then I would
seem
keep
sad.
trying. I would keep trying, even if they push you away.
But isn't that annoying? I mean, I'd get annoyed.
I mean, Yeah, but at the same time,
Do I like?
I think if you keep trying, they'll see that you mean it.
Do I have to hug them?
I mean, you don't have to, but
I don't really like doing that. It feels kind of weird.
well, I would save those for the most. Keep that in your back pocket for emergencies. Then.
I did it once and it made my heart feel kind of funny, and I didn't.
Who'd you hug?
So you kind of know that thing you did with Kappa in my room? I mean, I kind of saw you guys.
He like makes a face.
I mean, like I didn't. Okay, this is.
You kissed someone?
Is
that what you mean?
I kissed the fucking dog, okay?
Okay, wait. The which one's the our company is we have a lot of which
The
one?
stupid idiot. Stupid idiot one. The one who just thinks that he could fucking walk right into my house and just.
I'm thinking of a couple people. Which you're gonna have to be real specific with me.
Okay, like. Promise you're not gonna judge me.
I'm not gonna. I am the last person on this planet that's gonna judge you. I promise. I promise.
I kissed Gamma.
Oh, the. Okay. I mean, he's handsome.
Yeah.
He seems nice enough, but he seems like
he's just an idiot. He's so. He smelled.
And sometimes
so wrong.
Sometimes you just gotta love the idiot. So they usually mean good.
I don't love him. What the fuck?
I'm just. It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. It's okay. I mean, whether you. Sure, you probably don't love him yet, but I mean, obviously there's some feelings, something there.
I don't know. He just smells good, okay? I don't fucking know. And every time he's like close, like I feel like I'm gonna die all over again. I don't know if that's normal, and I don't think I like it. Okay, maybe I do like it. I don't know. I feel a little. Okay, to be honest with you, and he kind of like gets really quiet, and you can see there's like color in his cheeks. Kind of makes me feel and he's squirming.
Horny?
What? No,
Oh,
what?
Sorry. I read the room wrong. Hot and bothered.
What? No, I was gonna say.
Okay, sorry. I'll just let you find your own words for it.
I was just gonna say, like, to get a little bit tingly. It didn't,
All right, tinglies and okay. So you're obviously attracted.
Well, yeah, he's really good. No, I don't like him. I fucking hate him.
He nods. He's like, Okay. I think we should revisit this. Yeah, we should revisit this. It sounds like you're having some feelings that you've not experienced before, and that's okay. Some people are late bloomers.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
It means that I've experienced physical attraction from a very early age up until here today. It's a thing in my life. It's there. I'm very aware of it.
Okay, well, that was my first kiss.
Oh. Damn, that's cute.
No, it's embarrassing.
Why is it embarrassing?
Are you kidding me? Imagine if my dad found out that
Okay. Yeah,
I mean, it's not like he's alive to care, but like neither am I. But at the same fucking time, like, It's just...
Just because your heart's not beating doesn't mean you're not living. You're doing the best you can, right?
Doesn't matter.
Someone makes your heart go pitter-patter. He's got a great big cheesy grin on his face.
That was...
You
Is
can
that
say
how
it.
you feel with Kappa? Is that what you feel?
It's pretty similar.
Can I ask you a question?
I mean, you've asked me several, but yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry.
Line it up.
No, never mind. It's fine.
Oh no! Now you got me dying with anticipation. Please, please.
We have to get
ask
out of
me.
here. We can't sit here and talk all night, okay?
I mean, we're still waiting for Malcolm and Kappa, right? All right, fine. If you feel like it's gonna take that long,
I just don't want to. I don't know. It's. I know a few things about a few people here, and I just. I don't know.
You know a few things about a few people here. That's super vague. You know that. That's
I
a
mean,
very
to work for their dad.
right.
Yeah, I pretty much have done background checks on every fucking wolf that's here. I'm sure you can put the pieces together. Right? And there's like a very serious look in Jihoon's eyes. You know
Right.
that sadness I told you about?
Yeah.
The one that I can kind of, yeah, kind of reminds me of my mom's sadness. Sometimes you look like that.
Oh,
So does he. He points at Sigma.
Sigma is not there.
Oh, he's not? Did he
He's-
move?
Correct.
Okay, well, he's gonna point in the direction that he was.
he was.
He is big gone. In fact, he's not anywhere in your vicinity, which is a little worrisome.
Yeah, actually.
Pretty much everyone that we've talked to in the last couple of days, they have this look in their eyes, and it just fucking reminds me of my mom.
Yeah, it's not a. When you don't accept what we are, it's a harder life to live. It's a lot sadder. I'm sure with the pack, you know, their lives are obviously different from ours, but still similar. I'm sure they have their own. And it seems like that family's got a whole mess of problems.
Clearly.
I think
I
the
just meant
best-
when he looks at you and you look at him. It's kind of there. It's like. No, never mind. Just.
He like looks down at the dirt, and kicks a little bit. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're.
No, don't. It's fine. Don't just fucking ignore me. I'm an idiot. I just saying things. I don't fucking understand shit. So just.
You're not an idiot though. Thanks for opening up a
Yeah.
little.
Sure. Yeah, and Yeah. Okay. Are you gonna stay here? And wait for Kappa?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got a good eye on the gate here, so I'm
Okay,
waiting for him.
I'm just gonna finish this computer thing off and check that everyone's here, like attendance roll call, I guess.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah.
For real. Don't be a stranger.
Jihoon's gonna put out his fist and be like,
Fist bump! Immediately! I do it as soon as that fist come out.
And he kind of like, yeah. Like it's like the most awkward, like, oh.
It's okay. You don't have to pretend to be excited about it. It's all right.
I just thought it was better than a hug. And I don't really like that.
Right. You don't do hugs. It's fine. Fist bumps are good.
It just makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't really like people in my space.
Clearly. I learned that real fast. It's okay.
Okay. Well, okay, bye. Jihoon just like closes his stuff and like gets up and like puts it away really quickly, and he just kind of stands up and looks around to like leave.
Okay, meanwhile, Daniel, you are holding Zeta, and she is squeezing you. And after she gets control of herself, she apologizes to you again. And says we need to go see her.
Yeah.
Who
Promise I'd see her sometime tonight.
who called?
Quinn.
That makes Zeta look a little surprised, and then she gets a small smile. She cares, even after all this time.
Got me honestly not surprised, though I never really met her.
I mean,
Beta sure admired her.
she's been talking about her since before I left. But I don't...
She talked about her a lot. We were looking for you.
She just talked about this little librarian. Wow, so she finally got up. The gall to talk to her. Good for her.
Silly question to ask. You're right, I don't know entirely about Garu edicts and the such, but I really sure want to have a debt to be paid to me, of all people. Like there really is a debt that needs to be paid.
She gets this look, and she puts one hand over her heart, and then she takes your hand and puts it over her heart. My debt to you will never be paid. And even when I breathe my last, and I dance in the stars with all the wolves that have gone before me, my debt will never be repaid. With all the life I bear in my bones, my love will never fade. Though wandering far, my forelegs will take me, and my senses the wild will call home. My debt will never be repaid, for my labor is my love, and my love is you.
Jeez. That causes Daniel to grit his teeth, like he's trying to hold back the tears. The reminder that as much as he wishes he could deny that same dark fact, time is irrelevant to him. Someday Zeta will pass. And he'll be stuck here. Wondering, unsure.
I'm sorry how I reacted earlier. Daniel, I'm not afraid of you. And you can tell that she's attempting to be honest. But the fear that's permeating the air from her very pores is acrid and intense.
Zeta, it's not anything that you did that caused me to nearly lose myself. It's the fact of what I wasn't able to do. I couldn't find you. 3 years. Searching up and down Mass, with Beta alongside me. Not a single trace. You called out for help. And I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you, and I didn't come running. That's what nearly set me off. Knowing that you were out there suffering. Suffering and crying for help. And I was nowhere to be found.
She lets go of you and covers her mouth and has to blink several times. She's in shock that you know anything.
Something new. Like she's probably wondering how he knows anything.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's clearly written on her face.
I don't know what's going on with me and my beast these last 2 nights. It's aside from the very clear fact that it's becoming more ravenous and unstable and demanding. But lately when I feel an overwhelming desire to try to bring a solution to the problems of those that I hold most dear. With just a touch, I've been able to see memories. How I'm able to do this, I have no fucking clue.
She looks
I've never been able to do
super
this.
worried as you're talking. Like, oh no.
It's not a clear picture, just fragments. But I can feel and see everything within those fragments. So if you're wondering, no, I don't have the full picture. But I know enough that it hurts knowing that I wasn't there with you. And I couldn't be there with you.
Roll an intelligence and insight.
That is 5.
The way that she holds her arms, like in the crook of the elbow, and the way her spine bows forward, she's ashamed. You can tell that she's sad that you saw her hooked up, her blood being taken, captured, and the slew of who knows what else. She doesn't know. But now it makes sense. Zeta is a warrior. She is a tracker. She is a scout. She is the eyes and the ears of the woods. She is the wind in the trees. she is free. And for a warrior, not a woman, a warrior, to be defeated, to be captured, and then to return not with their shield and not on their shield is so dishonorable. And so you bear witness to her spiritual dilemma, the warrior and the woman. She returned by the skin of her teeth on a mission that she failed. They didn't want you to find me. It's okay. They didn't want anyone to find me.
Daniel's. He's fucking. He wants to know who. He wants a fucking name. The beast wants a fucking name. It wants to find whoever the fuck put her in that cage and rip them to fucking shreds until there is nothing left for even the graces of the sun to find. But even as his beast claws at the back of his mind, demanding vengeance, violence, destruction, that doesn't solve what's happening right now. And Daniel will close the distance between Zeta and him again, gently cupping his hand on her cheek to cause her face to rise to meet his gaze. You know me long enough, Zeta, that you know I would never force anything. You know that I would never force anything upon you, force you to make a choice that would bring you pain or suffering.
She nods.
I know you. I know you well enough that it is not easy for you to ask for help, because before you met me, you were strong and capable, all on your own. And even now that I know this, as much as I really, really want to, I'm not going to force you to tell me. I'm just going to simply remind you that it is okay to be vulnerable, Zeta. And that's coming from someone for the past 100 years has not been able to afford being vulnerable. Me being vulnerable presents risks. Me being vulnerable could get me killed. Or worse. I choose to be vulnerable with you. I choose to be open with you. I choose to be by your side, knowing that you may not be able to tell me everything. Because let's face the facts, it's still a little bit new for the both of us, this intense relationship that we have. I just want you to remember the very, very important fact. Your pain is my pain. Your strength is my strength. Your struggles are my struggles. I am yours. And you're mine.
Okay, she takes her hands, and before you can finish, she admits, and I need Jihoon to know to roll a wits and awareness as well.
I got a 2. I have a 4.
Okay. She takes your hands and she squeezes them, and you know what she's about to do is reckless because she has that glow in her really light blue eyes. They're glacial. And she says, "The kindred who took me are going to use me as a weapon." And she starts to seize, but she fights against it. She says, "I don't know what they put into my mind, but I know that I have to ask my father for forgiveness." And then she drops like a rock. And her entire body seizes, and her nose begins to bleed, and her ears begin to bleed, and her eyes peel back, and she howls.
Shit.
Oh god. Oh my god. Daniel does not let her drop. He doesn't. I know it's usually not a good idea to restrict someone's seizure, but he doesn't let her fucking, fall limp and
The
hit the back of the
seizure
head.
is twice as violent as the one Omega suffered. You hear the bones groan. This is unnatural. And both Ji-hoon and Noah bear witness. And at that same moment, there is the revving engine of a car, as that's where Sigma has gone. The headlights flick on, only to shut off, and he get out, throwing the thing in a park, and say, "What the fuck?" And then it's like everything quick and in slow motion as Malcolm and Kappa near. And we are going to end here for the night, save for Quinn. I need you to roll a wits and awareness.
2.
You get home, and the whispers and that ache has not left. But as you step into your small, comfortable kitchen, there is an odd sensation. And then you watch as one by one, your cabinets begin to open, and the TV turns on in the other room, and the static begins to play. And then the drawers in the kitchen slowly slide open, and the temperature plummets, and you hear her name whispered from the television. Beta, 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 beta. And that's where we end tonight's chapter.
Goddamn! Perfect.
Thanks for sticking around. We went an hour beyond what I was thinking. That's okay.
There's a lot that needed to happen tonight.
I hope you guys had fun.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Does not feel like we just played for 5.5 hours. Does not feel like that at all. Because it was like, the whole time.
Whew! Well, thank you, chat, for sticking around with us. And thank you, players. I hope you had a good time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hackermans.
Yeah.
Lol. Yeah. Watching this saves me tons of money on therapy. Or does it make you need more therapy?
Good question. See, for us players, I'm sure I need extra therapy. I'm pretty sure I need an extra dose of fucking serotonin and dopamine after this one.
What do you mean?
It's fine.
What
Totally
do you mean?
fine. I'm not totally experiencing traumatic heartbreak every fucking time I play this game.
So good though. So fucking good though.
Ji-hoon's having